And hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is Sunday, the 25th of June, and we're going to have a great conversation. I always enjoy having the opportunity to reach out and speak with everyone about the things that are affecting us all. Just got back from New York. I was in obviously New York City, the Bronx, last week, and I was having a great time. You may have seen some of the commentary, some of the things that I was speaking about at that time. I do invite people to check it out to see the real world impact of progressive policies, of what happens when the government steps in and they decide that they're going to fix everything, that they're going to make things equity, not equal, equity. And what does that equity result in? What did they do to the Bronx, a middle-class neighborhood in the Bronx? What happened to the quality of life for the people in that Bronx neighborhood that I have known for 50 years, half a century? And the impact is amazing. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll talk a little bit about what's happening with the Wagner group, the private military contractors in Russia, and their so-called attempted coup. And what's the fallout from that? Let's talk about Lindsey Graham and Senator Blumenthal when they are talking about war, nuclear war, and activating NATO, and in particular the United States. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening with the Iran nuclear deal. Let's talk about what's happening here in the United States. We're going to talk about so many of these things with you. Now, if this is the first time that you are seeing the channel, we want you to know that we go live every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to speak with you, to hear your voice about these issues. We look forward to seeing your chats, like Graham, who was the first one to make a comment today. Thank you, Graham, coming from us out of California. And we look forward to hearing your voices, not just in the chats here on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble and DLive, but also to be able to call in. As you see scrolling above us, you are able to call into 607-242-9247. And please remember, this is an international conversation. We are reaching out across the world because we believe in free speech. We believe that everyone has a right to talk about the politics that are affecting all of us. And we invite you from anywhere in the world to make comment on everything we're going to be speaking about. So if it is the first time you're seeing us, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. Now, as many people know, we are in a state of transition in this channel. We will be leaving the southern tier of New York very soon. We're temporarily going to be in New York City. We're making some arrangements to actually expand our exposure in New York City with some new political agreements and organizations, and then we'll be going, well, we're not sure. North Carolina, Arizona, haven't made up that decision yet. Maybe you guys have suggestions. We're happy to hear that. So the channel is somewhat in transition, but it gives us a new perspective, a new way of looking at what's happening around the world and affecting us all. And we always look forward to hearing what you have to say about all of that. I don't know. I know I can start talking about what happened in the Bronx, but normally on the channel we start with the international news, and then we come back to what's happening here in America so that we can all better understand how we're being affected. And I think that's the best way. I want to talk about, and we will talk about, Chris Christie. We'll talk about what happened with him, what's happening with NATO and Senator Graham, Lindsey Graham, and Senator Blumenthal. But I think one of the best ways to start off is to remember that we are seeing a change in the world. I mean, according to the BBC News, the Greek elections, Mitsotakis conservatives are heading for a clear majority. We're seeing a movement towards more and more conservatism around the world. And the left is very aware of that, and they seem to be very concerned about that. So Greece is going to be joining Italy and Sweden, and to an extent, the United Kingdom. We're seeing a change throughout the world that is leading us towards a more conservative viewpoint. Now, we would normally take that as something as being a very big positive, except there's one thing that we have to consider about that. It's happening as a reaction to the lack of leadership in the United States. We normally see that whenever there is the most liberal and laissez-faire, free time that we see in the world, which we are experiencing right now, where people are able to just go with their dreams and do whatever they feel like, and to talk about their feelings and to focus on that. That only happens when everything else is stable in the world. The less stable the world becomes, the more conservative and authoritarian things tend to be. And the scary part is that we're becoming more authoritarian throughout the world. We're becoming more militaristic. We've talked about that many times on this channel. We'll talk about it today as well. We are seeing every single government in the world is moving towards authoritarianism. They are becoming more militaristic. And that should concern us. And that is because there is a lack of leadership from the United States. With Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, with the progressive policies being promoted by the United States, there is no leadership in the world. We are seeing the radical forces of the world are becoming more and more active, and they are disintegrating before our eyes. We're seeing that with Russia and the Wagner group. We're seeing that with private militaries around the world. We're seeing that in Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, with Iran. It's getting scary, folks. And that means we need to do something. We need to be involved. We need to step up and become more active now before these things take hold. And I think, yes, it is important to see that Greece and Italy and Sweden, we're seeing Europe become more conservative. We need that here in the United States. We need strong leaders. It is absolutely essential. And you cannot have a strong leader when the government is lying to you. Let me give you an example. We have heard, and we have covered on this channel consistently, the Iran nuclear deal. Since 2015, we have been covering this over and over again. This is a horrible deal. It is bad for the world. We have already heard from then Secretary John Kerry in 2016 on CNBC, January of 2016, when he told the world that the Iran nuclear deal promotes global terrorism. It promotes the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a radical militaristic terrorist wing of Iran. And that in doing the Iran nuclear deal, we are creating more global terror than we are stopping. Now, since that time, and most recently December of 2022, Joe Biden said the Iran nuclear deal is dead. It was killed by President Trump, and the Joe Biden regime has been trying to bring it back to preserve the Obama legacy since that time. They've been talking about it nonstop since the day he got into office. And in December, after Iran has been poisoning its own school children, after we saw that Iran has been killing women for daring to show their hair, Joe Biden came out and said, no, the deal is dead. It's not going anywhere. It's all over. And he said this, as you can see, on Axios, left-leaning news media. And he said, the deal is dead, but he won't go into it. He's not going to talk about it officially, but it's all over. I want you to remember, he said, the deal is dead. We've seen throughout this entire year that we've had Antony Blinken say this is not happening, the deal's not going on. The rumors that this deal was happening in the background, not true. And this is, let me show you the reality though, here's the reality. And I will refresh this right now in front of you guys as I do it live. And I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second, but there is a new Iran deal. We've been seeing the Washington Post, Bloomberg, again from the Washington, the Free Beacon, Jerusalem Post, The Economist, Newsweek, the Wall Street Journal. The world is talking about what we have been saying on this program for 2 years now, that the Iran nuclear deal isn't dead. That even though you were lied to in December, when you were lied to in March, that this deal was dead, that we were protecting women, that the United States stands by Iran's women, hashtag Iran women, women's rights around the world. Not true. Joe Biden has been working on this deal nonstop, which is why we hear the Ayatollah has come out 2 weeks ago and said, hey, this deal is great. We want this deal to go forward. This is why even as women die in Iran, even as schoolgirls are poisoned, the Biden administration kept going. Even as Iran is supplying drones for the Ukraine to attack the people in, supplying drones to Russia to attack people in in Ukraine, mixing up my countries there, it's ongoing. This is a problem, folks, that this is becoming more. The Biden-Harris administration is so desperate to be able to show that they are a leader somewhere in the world. They are so desperate that they are willing to accept that Iran is a nuclear power. They are willing to accept that Iran is helping Russia attack Ukraine, that Iran is working side by side with China and Russia against the United States. They don't care. They just want the headline that the Iran nuclear deal has happened, that it is under the Biden-Harris administration, and that he's a leader, regardless of everything else. They have lied to your face, and I am showing you the evidence of that. They told you the deal was dead, that the United States would not work with Iran as long as they continued to kill women and kill schoolgirls, poisoning them in schools, because they love women's rights too much. And now we are seeing, as we have always said, the deal's still happening in the background. It is still going on. They're still trying to make this happen. And just like John Kerry said in 2016, what does this mean? Global terror. It means more terrorism in the world. It means you are in danger. Now, people will tell me, but Mike, I'm in America. We are across the pond. We're over across the Atlantic Ocean. There's no way that the terrorists will come to us. Remember, we have an open border. 6 million illegal aliens have come into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. In 2022 alone, 98 known or suspected terrorists entered the United States through the southern open border. We know this for a fact. It's not a question. It's not an if. It's not a suggestion. It's not an idea. It's a fact. So if we are increasing the amount of global terror in the world with the Iran nuclear deal, if we are funding the IRGC to be able to commit global terrorism, as we have done in 2016, we know what the results are. And we have an open border now, one that we did not have in 2016, but we have today. And we already know that the terrorists are coming into America. You mean to tell me you think you're safe? You mean to tell me that you don't think that the global terror that they're going to do in Europe, where they're going to go into France and have people in trucks and cars and bombs blowing up throughout all of France, that they're doing in Germany, that they've been doing knife attacks in the United Kingdom, you mean to tell me you don't think that's going to happen in the United States as they enter the southern border, as they have been doing, and try and do that here? This is an international error. This is a problem that will affect everyone. And they're not being honest. And the news media that is now talking about this deal and saying whether it's a good deal or a bad deal, or how does the deal have to come together? Do you need congressional approval? Can Joe Biden do it just by himself? Here's the problem. It's not supposed to be happening. They told you it would never happen. They told you this was a done deal. They lied to your face. And you're supposed to trust them? The news media knew this was happening. We knew this was happening internationally. Everyone has known this is happening. And CNBC, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, they knew this was happening. And they didn't tell you. And you're supposed to trust them. It's amazing to me. And I know that I'm going to be massively suppressed on this channel because we have dared to tell you the truth, that we have continuously told you the truth. We are being massively suppressed. We know this. We have evidence that YouTube and Google are suppressing the hell out of our channel for daring to point out they lied to you. And that this has an obvious and known consequence. No wonder Italy is becoming more conservative. No wonder Greece is becoming more conservative when they are on the front lines of what we are seeing happening. That the illegal immigrants that are coming to their countries, the illegal aliens that are invading their nations, are filled with these very same problems. And you're right, Graham. Pallets of cash. That's the diplomacy. We're going to give Iran. We're going to try and buy off Iran. It's kind of like the Neville Chamberlain effect. We're going to give Iran a ton of money and pray and ask them, please don't build nuclear weapons. And they're going to take that money and say, sure, we won't buy nuclear weapons, as the Ayatollah Khomeini continues to say, death to America. That's regardless of whether you're left or right. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a progressive. They don't care. They'll kill you anyway. And he's always said, death to America. As he signs the various deals with Obama, with Biden, he keeps saying, yeah, I'll sign the deal, and death to America. That means everyone. Especially if you happen to be a woman who can read or goes to work. Especially if you happen to be LGBTQAI+, you call yourself a toaster. Especially if you happen to be a progressive. He wants you all dead. Why? Because you don't believe what the Ayatollah believes. That should terrify you. So we want you to understand we have been talking about this for a long time. And we have been making sure that you are aware of this. We're one of the few out there that have been following this for years and have been warning you about this. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is going to turn around and say in 2024, hey, you should reelect him because he's a strong leader. He got the Iran nuclear deal. That should be the reason why you don't support him. That's what we believe. Of course, YouTube and the rest don't like us mentioning the fact that these are real issues. Let's go on. And I'm happy to talk about the Iran nuclear deal and its consequences to your life, how it's going to make you less safe. Even on U.S. soil, you will be less safe. You're going to be more in danger, not to mention everywhere else in the world. But this is only one of the problems that we're seeing. See, the lack of leadership, the more progressive that we have become, the more we have been messing with our kids, and it's like a virus that we have been exporting from the United States to other countries, including where we see that we're exporting the idea that students are, well, they're cats, that they are part of the LGBTAIQ, they can self-identify as toasters, as cats. We've been hearing about this over and over again. In fact, The Telegraph was reporting about this earlier in the week, that a 13-year-old child is identifying herself possibly as a cat, possibly as God knows only what. This is part, and, we've seen that the school, which happens to be Rye College in East Sussex, has said that, no, this didn't happen. Well, there's reports that it did in fact happen. We have individuals who have said it has happened, and it is happening not just in that school. We have a generation of children who believe, as they have been told, that there are 125, 181, 62, 32. There's God knows how many different genders. We've been selling that idea from the United States and our school systems out to the rest of the world. We are spending $2.6 billion a year in your tax dollars to try and convince the rest of the world to become California. And one of those who are most likely to adopt that, the ones who have been accepting that most, have been the United Kingdom. And this leads to a deterioration. We're breaking it down because, again, just like we said about the trans political movement, what if you're wrong just 1% of the time? What if there aren't 181 genders? What if there aren't 125 genders? What if there's 5? What if there's not 32 genders? What if there's 5? What if there's 3? What if there actually is only 2 as created by nature? What do you do to all these children, these tens of millions of children around the world who have been told that they should identify as a cat, as a toaster, as whatever else besides just being a boy and a girl? What are we going to do with them? We have not considered that, even though we've been pushing this message around the world. The question isn't, oh, did this happen specifically? Did a girl say she was a cat or some other animal? The question is, have you been teaching these children that there are 125 different genders, or that there's 62 of them, or there's just 83? Have you been indoctrinating these kids into believing this? And now you have not taken into account, what if you're wrong? Which I think is one of the most, there it goes. Which I think is one of the most deadly and dangerous things we could possibly be hearing. What if you are wrong? You notice the left has never considered that. They don't consider anything and everything they have said is correct, even when it's proven wrong. Climate change. They have never made an accurate prediction on climate change since the 1950s. It has been wrong. Global famine, global cooling, global warming, now climate change. Every prediction, every model has always been wrong. They have never, ever gotten the science right. Not once. And yet, they're telling us, but you have to live your life this way. It's still correct. It's still true, even though they've always been wrong. Every single one of these things, they keep coming up. There's, again, 32 genders. There's 125 genders. There's 181 genders. We're always getting this answer that conflicts. And yet, they are always right. No matter how many times they have been proven wrong, no matter how bad the consequences have been, no matter how many problems we see from this, like the Tennessee trans shooter, which is a direct consequence of people who have been promised your life will be better, everything will be great, just do what we're telling you. Just obey. Just change yourself. Transform, and you will be better. And it doesn't work. Are we surprised that Greece, the conservatives in Greece are trying to take over, that the conservatives in Italy have taken over, that the conservatives in Sweden and much of Europe are taking over? Because the left has always been wrong. Graham says, what if the observations about climate change, in other words, the carbon dioxide parts per million in the environment, are correct, but the predictions are wrong? Well, here's the thing, Graham. Let's talk about global warming and climate change. First of all, carbon dioxide, the Earth has had more carbon dioxide than it's had today in the past. So that doesn't kill life on the planet. That's a fact. We know that. Life has continued even with more carbon than what we have right now. Here's another thing. The biggest thing that leads to global warming or trapping the heat in the Earth isn't carbon dioxide. It's sulfur. It's sulfides. We're looking at the wrong thing. Carbon dioxide isn't the problem. On top of that, if we wanted to try and help that, we'd grow more plants. We'd grow more trees. That would help to resolve that. But the predictions are all wrong. The predictions aren't leading to the outcomes. Supposedly, it was in 2000, and we had Al Gore. The polar bears are supposed to be extinct long ago. 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, they were supposed to be all extinct. We were supposed to have no polar ice caps, all the ice is supposed to be gone. We're supposed to have New York City flooded. There is nothing that their predictions have proven to be correct. So I don't see it as a problem. Now, there's nothing wrong with making a clean world, and you know what? The United States is doing that. Hell, New York State is the 11th cleanest place in the world in terms of greenhouse gases. We have reduced more greenhouse gases than pretty much 130 countries around the world. The United States leads the world in reducing greenhouse gases. We're already doing it. We're making the world clean by magnitudes, by multiples, exponentially more than any other country in the world, and in fact, all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined. Think about that. That's an entire continent that we are improving on. The problem is Russia, China, India, Africa, they don't care. They don't care. They create each and every one of those areas are making more global greenhouse gases than the United States can reduce in a year. If they're worried about this and this is such a big deal, they should be focusing on that. But instead, you are hearing people like Macron in France, who has made the decision. Where is it here? And I have this for you. Where is it? Because I wanted to talk about this. Macron, where is my Macron story? I have it for you. You know, it's one of those. There it is. As we see being reported out of Politico, Macron, and we're seeing the left, they are saying, well, we need to have international taxes. We have to tax you to be able to fund global climate. Now, besides the fact that the only way you could actually lower the global temperatures is if every single nation in the world gave up every issue in the world and did nothing but focus on climate change for the rest of the decade, we might change the global temperature by about 1 degree Celsius. If that was the only thing every government in the world was working on, if we were to spend double all the money in the world, about $180 trillion, then we would be able to reduce. If that was the only thing every government was working on and we spent $180 trillion around the world, then maybe we would lower the global temperature by 1 degree. Maybe. There's no guarantee on that. But we can't afford this. And countries aren't doing this. It isn't a focus. We're worried about other things. So they want to punish us. Now, this is Macron, the French president, the same guy who says that that he wants Europe to focus on China, that he wants Europe to become allies with China, that he wants Europe to distance from the United States. In other words, Joe Biden. He never said that under President Trump. He didn't even say that under President Obama. But he's saying under Biden-Harris and the progressive movement that he wants to be more aligned with China, just like Canada does. And to do that, he wants to have more money that's coming from people. He wants it from the United States. He wants the United States to be taxed so that we can, I don't know, be punished for actually reducing more greenhouse gases than everyone else in the world. Does that make sense to anyone? Graham says, I remember when talking about the plant a trillion trees program, I agreed with that idea. I heard RFK Jr., Robert Kennedy Jr., might have been in his opening speech in Boston talking about there being less species alive on Earth today than at any point in human history. Have you heard anyone say that? I have been hearing for my lifetime, for 5 decades, that there's less diversity of species on the planet. And then we find new animals that we've never seen before. Look, the number of species increases and decreases throughout the world, and mankind has some impact on that. Fantastic. But here's the thing. What are you suggesting? Does that mean there's 8 billion people on the planet? Should we kill 2 billion people so that we could have a deer tick that continues to live? Would you kill hundreds of millions of people to allow an owl to be able to survive? What's the trade-off? Where is this trade-off? You never hear them actually discuss what are they willing to trade off. How many human lives are they willing to destroy? How much lower the quality of life are the left willing to push onto you to be able to have their desires? See, that's the thing. They could be planting 1 trillion trees. It's not happening. They could be doing it. They're not. They could be noticing that the United States has already done everything they wanted and more, and no other country in the world even comes close. And they could be working on China and Africa and India, who are the main problems in the world for their issue. They could be talking about them all day long. They don't. They only talk about countries that have already fallen in line. They're attacking the United Kingdom. They're attacking Europe. They're attacking the United States. Why? Because we've already become compliant. This isn't about fixing the world. This is about power. Macron isn't trying to tax to hell in China and India and Africa. He's trying to tax the hell out of the United States, Europe, and the United Kingdom. He's going to punish those who already are obeying. And I think that's the big difference. Graham says, maybe we're incapable of fathoming the consequences of species die-off. Of course we can't. Of course we don't understand that. We don't understand what happens with the weather every day. We don't understand the interactions of human beings. Of course we don't know. And coral reefs have been dropping off for decades upon decades, and some of them have been growing for decades and decades. And we've been deoxygenating the oceans for 2 decades in a row. I'm not saying that there aren't problems that we can address. I'm saying that what they're talking about doesn't fix the problem. Whether or not there's more CO2 in the ocean doesn't affect whether or not the coral reefs are dying. Do you know why coral reefs are dying? Because we're putting more ethanol in the ocean. We are deoxygenating the oceans. We're literally taking the oxygen out of the ocean, and plants, plankton, fish are dying. We know this. This is a fact. We know this, and we've known about this since 2008, and we're doing it anyway. So when we hear Macron say, oh, well, we need a tax, he's not going to tax Africa. He's going to tax America. He's going to tax Europe. He's going to tax the United Kingdom. People who are already obeying. It doesn't change the situation. It doesn't make climate change any better off. He's not stopping it. And that's an important thing to understand. He's not trying to fix this. None of these things they're doing is trying to fix this. This is about power. You must obey. That's what this whole thing has been about, and it has always been about. You are afraid of what the consequences are. We don't even know what the consequences are. We're not investigating the consequences. We're just telling you, obey or else it will be bad. Fear-mongering, therefore give us power. Truly, that's what I believe. I'm not saying that the world can't be made better. I am saying what they're doing isn't getting us close. The international tax will not improve global warming. It will not improve the greening of the world. It doesn't equal that. It's just a way to make people poor and to make people dependent on the government. That's it. It's paying for special interest groups. It's not helping the planet. That's the thing you should take away from this. Macron isn't helping anyone. It's not fixing anything. It doesn't resolve the underlying problem. It just makes people poor and dependent and terrified. That's what he's doing. Because it's not a solution. And I think that's the thing we need to take away from that. Whether or not you're worried about the coral reefs, whether or not you're worried about carbon dioxide in the ocean, nothing he's talking about is actually fixing any of those problems that we don't even know are exactly problems. We don't even understand the scope of the issue. We don't even know what we're trying to fix. So that's the thing I want people to realize. And this is happening on an international level, and it is affecting you and me and everyone. I think that's very important. But I suppose everybody wants to talk about Wagner Group. See, rather than talk about these very important issues, than talking about the impact of what's happening with the Iran nuclear deal, which will affect everyone in the world. And I know Israel is absolutely adamantly against this. And I know they're paying attention to it. And I know that people who are worried about terrorism are worried about Iran and the Iran nuclear deal and the United States funding global terror. The news media doesn't want to talk about that. They don't want you to realize that Joe Biden lied to you back in December when he said that this was a done deal. They don't want you to think about those things. What they want you to think about isn't even global climate change. Right now, we're talking about Russia. We're talking about the Ukraine. Hang on, let me go back and see the comment. Graham has said, I remember reading the placards at Yellowstone National Park that told the story of how humans messed with the ecosystem of the land, at first killing the wolf population, seeing the herbivore population grow out of control as a result, and then having the wolves back. Perhaps we can't foresee consequences like this until we fumbled our intervention. We're not looking, Graham. We're not looking. We don't understand the interconnection of everything in the world. We don't even understand the interconnection and reactions of human beings from city to city. And how are we supposed to understand the impact of wolves and the ecosystem when we don't understand how to make people in one city all act in the same way? We can't foresee, of course we can't foresee it, but we can take the best actions we can. They're not even trying. They're not even trying. Think about it. If they were trying, we'd have at least one prediction that has actually come true. They haven't. But we're spending more money today than in the last 30 years combined on global warming. It's terrifying. But no, the news media wants you to talk today about the Russian mercenary group that revolted against Moscow, that this was the big deal, that you had to be afraid of the mercenary group. It's called the Wagner Group. Oh my God, the Wagner Group. This is proof that Russia is falling apart. Russia is going to collapse because there's going to be an internal civil war. Do you remember these conversations that they were just having just a day ago? Here we go. Russia's investigating the Wagner chief. They're calling for rebellion. There's an arrest warrant that's been issued. Where was the one I was looking for? A mutiny. Russia accuses mercenary chief of mutiny after he vowed to punish the top brass. They wanted you to think that this is, Russia, who's the bad guy. And all the news about, it's kind of like Donald Trump, all the news has to be negative. Everything has to be from the Western perspective because we support Ukraine, so Russia is evil, and Wagner Group is even more evil than that. And I'm not telling you that they're not. But let's understand what we're talking about here, as the news media has gone whole hog into this. That they're trying to make us believe that Russia was about to have a civil war. And the danger is not over. They still might have a civil war. Moscow is going to go absolutely into flames over this. We've heard that from CNN. We've heard that from MSNBC. We've heard the world talking about the Wagner Group and how bad this is going to be. I want you to hear a conversation. This is from Germany. This is from Deutsche Welle. Okay? And let me put my face over there like that. So this is from Deutsche Welle. And they are asking one of their interviewees, an expert, about what is the impact of this. I want you to hear what they have to say here.
Following Prigozhin's takeover of the key Russian town of Rostov, every major official reportedly publicly pledged their loyalty to Putin. But is it reasonable to believe Prigozhin would have triggered a rebellion without knowing he had some measure of support in Moscow?
I don't think that Prigozhin enjoyed that kind of support, even as a...
So think about this. What they're setting up here is, in looking at this, they said, well, this obviously has to show weakness in Russia, that there is lack of support for Putin, that the Russian government is about to collapse because they are supporting this private mercenary group going in and trying to start a civil war. Isn't that the truth? Shouldn't we be looking at this as Russia is doomed? This is propaganda. This conversation on Deutsche Welle is about propaganda. They're not talking to the United States. They're not talking to Europe or the United Kingdom. This is a message that they are targeting towards the Soviet people. They are trying to convince the Soviet people that their government is falling apart, that they should have no confidence in them, and that groups like the Wagner Group are trying to tear everything apart, that everything is failing. That's the conversation. And she says, no, I don't think that's true. See, we get some honesty here. And you're going to see how this is pushed back against. But listen to the rest of what she says.
Private military companies, and if we look at the Chechen leader Kadyrov, they all decided to close agreements with the Ministry of Defense. So even amongst those, he didn't seem to enjoy much support, because he could have prepared it much better and gotten them on his side in order to increase the amount of his supporters from 25,000 troops. And as far as the armed forces are concerned,
think about this. So, no, as we can see from even reports in Deutsche Welle, as we really look into this, this was never going to be a coup. This was never going to be the takeover of Russia. But this is propaganda that the West is sending out right now, trying to convince China and Iran that Russia is weak. This is trying to bolster the Ukrainians into thinking that Russia is falling apart, that they cannot continue to fight, that they're going to fail, that there's going to be a civil war. This is what they want you to believe, except the evidence doesn't match that up. Look, I have no doubt that the Wagner group are bad guys, that they are on 4 different continents right now fighting in various wars, and they have been alleged to have committed war crimes over and over again. No question on that. The Wagner group is not an army. They just don't have the troops. They're not a global military force. They're mercenaries. A large number of mercenaries, very experienced mercenaries, but they're mercenaries. They're not a military. They don't have the resources of a nation. They never did. They can't do what we are hearing the West try and claim that they're going to be able to do. It was never going to happen. And I had this conversation privately with a few people. They're never going to do that. They would, for this to move forward, they would have to have massive support in the top of the governments or various governments to be able to get the funding, the resources they need to have that fight. The Wagner group is outnumbered by the Russian military well over 10 to 1. They don't have the troops. Even if they were to put all their troops into it, they don't have the troops. Russia could and very likely would be able to fight on 2 or 3 different fronts all at the same time. They have the troops and the resources to do so. And the Wagner group isn't that big. I don't think this has ever been a real concern, but it is a real distraction. And I think that's what it's being used for. Everyone wants to talk about the Wagner group and how this was a collapse, a failure, and that now that the Wagner group backed down, well, they're being sent over to Belarus, and that they're being limited in what they can do. That was the outcome that was always going to happen. Let's stop and think about that for a second. There is no way that a private military group, could they take over a city? Probably. Could they take over a country? No. They don't have the troops or the resources. You could literally just surround the city and wait for if they're not constantly getting more resources, more ammo, and if they're not getting more food and logistics to them, they die. Graham says civilian audiences often can't recognize unrealistic propaganda. Well, that's what this is. We are being shown unrealistic propaganda. This isn't some anime. This isn't some movie. Just because they're private mercenaries doesn't mean that they have unlimited amounts of ammo and food and logistical resources that they can fly around the world. This isn't the Expendables. This is reality. It's not a Hollywood movie. They were never going to be able to go forward. They backed down because they had to back down because they were going to lose. But the whole point of this, whether they were trying to renegotiate a contract or gain more influence, or whether they were trying to get a better position to fight from a different area, which are all realistic things, this was never about the reporting. It was never about Russia falling. The reporting is about trying to destabilize Russia, about trying to turn the Russian people against Putin and his government. to try and show him as weak so that they could install someone else in place to better affect the Ukrainian war. That's what this was all about. No one wants to be honest about it. But when you do look at the analysis, when you do listen to those who have been following this over and over again, all they're saying right now is this was inevitable. This was never going to go forward. This was not about a regime change. It was never going to be a regime change. The Russians have basically the equivalent of the FBI, the GRU. They have organizations that are in place since the KGB days that are there just to find if there is anyone trying to commit a coup. This was never going to be that. This is about disinformation. This is about demoralizing people during a war. If we are being honest, that's all this was. Yes, they were, but they were in Rostov. They were about 200 miles away from Moscow. You know what? So was Germany. Germany did the same thing in World War II, and that didn't work. Just because you're close, yes, being close only counts in horseshoes and grenades. And that includes civil wars. Being close doesn't mean anything. Nearly being able to commit a coup is not the same as making a coup. I was in Russia when they nearly had a coup, 91, when Gorbachev was captured and the RFGC decided to try and take over. I remember when their tanks were rolling down Kutuzovsky Prospect, the main street in Moscow, and they were coming over to the bridge. I remember that. I was there, live, in person. I remember that, and that's getting close. And they didn't win. And it didn't result in the return to the Soviet system. It failed. Being close only counts in horseshoes and grenades. And the Wagner group wasn't even close. This was never going to end any other way. That's what I truly believe. And I don't see any evidence in the news media that tells us otherwise. Graham says it's quite possible that the cheerleaders of this war simply want Putin dead and out of power without any regard to the consequences. It's not just possible, it's a fact. They have been screaming. Remember when this war started, 18 months, almost 2 years ago? That the very first thing we were told is Putin would die within the next 3 months because he has brain cancer. Do you remember that? Because I do. And matter of fact, I think we were talking about it on a Sunday episode a year ago, that people were saying, well, this war won't continue because Putin's going to die. He's doing this because he's desperate. He has brain cancer and he's going to die. And this was being reported by the major news media. Yeah, that he was going to die in a month. And Putin's still alive. And he doesn't have brain cancer. It's all meant to try and push propaganda. This is propaganda pushing the sentiment of the world. They are trying to align their allies and demoralize their foes. It's just that simple, folks. You're being used. This is how they use people. This happens in every major war. And this is a major regional war, the first of 3 major regional wars. Get used to it, folks. You're going to see this in around 2027, 2028, when we see China invade Taiwan. When we see Southeast Asia, the reason why they're militarizing right now, as we have been reporting for, about a year now, maybe more, why are they militarizing? Because they're terrified that China is on the warpath. China is developing the largest navy in the world. The United States is shrinking its navy. China has already promised us they're going to invade Taiwan. They told us they're going to do this by force. This is a fact. And what we are seeing is we're trying to demoralize them. We're seeing the news media, some of it, try and pick sides. And France and Canada have said, no, they're on the side of China. We're losing. The United States is losing. NATO is losing. Our allies are lining up with China, that we are seeing Africa line up and all the resources of Africa line up with China. And now they're trying to go at this from another way. Since China and Russia and Iran and North Korea are all working together, and we're not successfully chipping away at the power base of China, the answer is we go after Russia. And we try and chip away at them as the weakest link, even as we see that Joe Biden is emboldening and making more powerful Iran. We are elevating Iran with the Iran nuclear deal and increasing global terror at the same time, which is good for China, which is good for Russia, which is good for North Korea. And I guarantee you, if Joe Biden completes the Iran nuclear deal, we're going to see another 100 rockets and missiles and ICBMs fired by North Korea, threatening Japan, threatening South Korea, to make sure that the United States gives them as good a deal as what Iran has. Graham says, I think we should convince China not to invade Taiwan. I think it will backfire onto the mainland. The corrupt government will make terrible decisions and the Chinese people will suffer as a result. That's always been the case. Graham, and many people are looking at this, that has always been the case. China doesn't stop at Taiwan. They take over Taiwan, which gives them power and control over semiconductors for the most part around the world. And then their next targets are South Korea and Japan, which is why Japan is building an army as we speak. That Japan has targets. They're going to finish creating their army, $325 billion. That day that they have that army complete, based on the current projection, is 2027. They have timed it out. They believe that China takes action in 2027, maybe 2028. South Korea is going from the seventh largest weapons manufacturer in the world to the fourth. And that time frame is 2027 to achieve that increase in militarization. We're seeing this around the world. And China has no reason not to move forward, because Joe Biden, besides the fact that he has ties to the Chinese leadership, that he has been financially remunerated, that he's gotten benefits, it seems, directly and indirectly with his son and to himself, and being paid off by diplomats of China, they have no reason to fear him. Look at every single conversation Antony Blinken has had as Secretary of State with China. Look at the conversations that Kamala and Joe Biden have had with China. They have never had an impact. There is no fear. What was China? Chairman Xi was saying that the United States under Joe Biden is a paper tiger. Those were his words. That there is no fear. So if you don't have fear, then you need an economy. You need leverage. Do we have leverage? No. 40% of the United States goods are made in China. They're able to affect our supply chain. They're able to affect our economy directly. We can't do the same thing to them. So there's a problem. There's a massive problem there. I know that most Americans aren't thinking about this in this way. They're thinking domestically. But think about it. If China is trying to, the day that China goes into Taiwan, they will either shut down or slow down all of the goods they make for America, which means in the United States, there's going to be a scarcity of goods, which means inflation, massive, dramatic amounts of inflation, as well as if you think 15% of the goods not being available in stores is bad, imagine when it's 50%, when half the shelves in stores are going to be empty. Because China can do that. And we can't just turn a switch. We can't turn on a switch and change that. It doesn't change overnight. We had the example in 2020 and 2021. When China slows down, we don't have stuff. There's baby food that we don't have. We just don't. We have to live without. And we can't. Because we can't make it ourselves. Because thanks to the Obama administration, we transformed America. We're a service economy, not a manufacturing economy, and we are, to an extent, at the whim of China. So we don't have the economic ability to convince them not to do it, and we don't have the military to the might to turn them away. So they think that they can continue to move forward, which is why they have been moving forward. They're laughing in our faces. And that's why we're looking at attacking Russia. We're going after Russia because they're the weak link. Of the connection between China, Russia, and Iran, Russia seems to be the weak link. We have troops. Essentially, we have advisors of NATO in the Ukraine. We've given them our tanks. We're giving them jet planes. We've given them weapons and ammunition. We're fighting a proxy war. We have been since the first day. And we're losing. We are failing. I mean, we gave, of the tanks, the Leopard 2s and the Abram A1s and the Bradley fighting vehicles, and in one fight, in one conflict, one battle, 5% of all of the tanks that were sent were destroyed. 5%. Ukraine lost 5% of them. They don't have the experience, they don't have the training, and they don't have the capability to maintain these weapons, which means NATO needs to go in. It means Russia is winning that fight. It's unpleasant, but it's real. So we're attacking the weak link. It's not helping us. Now, again, throughout all of this conversation, if you disagree, 607-242-9247. You can call in. The phone line is on. And you can say, Mike, I disagree. Maybe you think that somehow the Wagner group was going to be able to take over Moscow. I'd like to hear that argument. Maybe you think there was going to be a civil war in the Soviet Union. In Russia. I'd like to hear that because I don't see evidence of it. I hear propaganda. I hear the West telling us we should be happy and that this is going to change. I don't see it. And that's not the real world result. Maybe you think the Ukraine is winning the war. Great. I would like for them to win the war, not because I think the Ukraine is a great country. The government is good. They're corrupt as hell. But I'd rather see them win rather than Russia. And if you think they are, I'd like to hear why. Because that's not what the evidence is saying to us. That's not what we're seeing. And that's why every time we've been told it's a 1-month war, it's a 6-month war, it's a 1-year war, it's still fighting. They're wrong. Because it's not the propaganda. The propaganda is wrong. It's lying to you. It's trying to give you a false impression so that hopefully the West will win. So that will try and put China in its place. It's not working. It's not working at all. At least that's what I keep saying here. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think it's incorrect. And why is this a big deal? Because if the United States, working with NATO, cannot come up with a uniform decision and cannot stop Russia in Ukraine, Russia doesn't stop. They go on to try and take over Estonia, and Lithuania, and Latvia. They move into Moldova. These are their next targets. They try and take over Poland. That's their response. At the same time, you see Iran, which is supplying the drones that are helping to fund this war, that want to see Europe destroyed. They want to see the United Kingdom destroyed. They want to see Israel and the United States eliminated. They're gaining more strength in the Middle East, making deals with Saudi Arabia, talking with Syria. So that's global terrorism. That's increasing at the same time that Russia is continuing to advance its motives and China is able to move. This is a multifaceted war. This is 3 regional wars that are happening simultaneously. 2 of them are in the logistics stage at this moment. 1 is active. No one else wants to tell you this. No one else wants you to think about this. We have to consider this. If we do not consider this, we will be taken off guard. We will be hurt badly. You think it's bad now, it will get so much worse. And this will affect you domestically as it affects the rest of the world internationally. They are connected. Let me give you an example of what I mean by they're connected. That this, besides the fact that this insurrection will not work, it will not work. It was never going to work. But how is this connected to us domestically? Well, did you happen to hear this? Senator Lindsey Graham, and Senator Blumenthal, Richard Blumenthal, had a conversation on June 22nd, 3 days ago. I don't think most people were paying attention to this. Lindsey Graham was talking to the nation, and Lindsey Graham has come out and said, along with Blumenthal, that the United States must use nuclear weapons and must be active in the Ukraine. He's basically warmongering here. He's a war hawk. Listen to what he says.
Talk about something nobody else seems to want to talk about. I applaud President Biden for putting on the table that the threat of Putin using a nuclear weapon in Ukraine is real. And our message is to those around Putin that if you do this, if you follow his order, if he ever gives it, you can expect a massive response from NATO, and you will be at war with NATO. I can't believe that NATO nations would allow their countries to be irradiated by a nuclear attack emanating in Ukraine, not to consider that attack on the neighboring country and NATO writ large. So as we go into the 4th of July holiday, people are going to do things at home. They're going to meet with their constituents. They're going to travel. Senator Blumenthal and I want to put everybody in this body and this Congress on notice that the threat of a use of a nuclear device by Russia is real. And the best way to deter it is to give them clarity, the Russians, as to what happens if they do that. They will be in a war with NATO. Thank you.
Okay. And then we see that Senator Blumenthal goes on to reiterate pretty much the same thing that Lindsey Graham has just said, that according to NATO Article 5, because a foreign nation that is not part of NATO is involved in war, and in particular nuclear war, that the United States must take action, must take nuclear action, must have our troops go in for their war. I want you to think about that for a second. What Lindsey Graham is saying right now is that 80% of NATO is U.S. troops. So 80% of NATO is the United States. He is saying that your brothers, your sisters, your moms, your dads, your kids need to go to war because of a conflict not involving anyone in NATO, but because it's a nation next to NATO, we have to get involved. Do you understand the implications of that? Does that mean that we have to invade Africa because of illegal immigration, because of terrorism? Is that one of the things? Because things are happening in the Sudan. Do we have to invade the Sudan? Because that happens to be next to allies of the United States, allies of Europe. Where does that end? See, that's a scary, slippery slope. Now, I understand. No one in the world has considered or had to consider what happens if you drop a nuclear bomb in the country surrounding it. We've never really investigated that. When we dropped the bombs in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, well, Japan is an island. So the fallout, for the most part, didn't directly impact, say, Korea or China or the Philippines or Malaysia. It didn't really affect anyone because there was a big ocean in between, and the residue didn't directly travel to them. But we're looking at a different scenario if there are tactical nukes that are used in Ukraine. That affects the global food. That affects fertilizer for the rest of the world. It affects the wind. May bring that into Poland or Moldova or into the pre-Baltics or into maybe even eventually into Germany. So it's an interesting question that we have to ask. But is the response, well, then we have to have war? The consequences of that are very important. We have heard them say that, okay, so if the weapons are worth it, is the threat of those weapons, if we see those weapons being moved, this is like the Cuban Missile Crisis all over again. Yes, they could do that, but do we then have to militarize and threaten or actually commit war if we see the missiles moving into Belarus, as an example? If we see that the nuclear missiles are being prepped to attack, do we have to react? If we see them launch tactical nuclear weapons, do we have to instantly jump in? Where's the line here? Where are we, what's the word I'm looking for? Obligated to attack. See, I know this is a tough question, and this is something that the algorithm doesn't want me to talk about. The YouTube algorithm doesn't want this to be a conversation we have. This is not something that the Western news media want to actually discuss. You're supposed to just nod your head and obey. You're just supposed to say, okay, fantastic. Graham said this, Blumenthal, so it's bilateral. The Senate is saying this. We have to just do this. There is no other answer. Is that the right answer? I'm not telling you that they're wrong. I'm trying to let you understand the scope of this, the magnitude of this, the complications to this, and to understand that this is a slippery slope. It never ends. But they're threatening to do this, so we have to militarize. We have to take action because they might do something, because this might be a problem, because we've never seen this before. We have never seen what happens to neighboring countries when you drop a tactical nuclear weapon in their neighboring country. Is that an act of war against every country that surrounds it? Are you sure? And if you don't react, then what happens? Because the problem is, in this slippery slope, in this scenario, either way, what do you do? What if you don't react? What if Germany doesn't want to go into war? Because Germany needs their gas. Germany needs to have electricity. And if they go to war, that all gets shut off. Their people will freeze in the winter. They will starve in the summer. What happens to Germany? What happens to France? What happens to the United Kingdom? Have we considered that? Because it doesn't sound like Lindsey Graham is considering that. He's saying we have to go to war. He's saying that we have to prepare, we have to get ready. We're going to war against Russia. It is just a matter of time. If we allow and agree with Lindsey Graham and Senator Blumenthal about this, we go to war. That's what they're telling you right now. Get ready, we're going to war. Graham says, and I know there's other people who are able to see this, even with YouTube blocking this, suppressing this from people, but I want to hear everyone else. Graham says, I wonder how many U.S. voters hear the Graham Blumenthal commentary and agree with the policies of mutually assured destruction. I don't know, but it's not being offered like that. It's because it's not, oh, they're going to use weapons against us, so we're going to use weapons against them. We're not involved. They're not targeting. Russia has not said they will target the United States or Europe or the United Kingdom. They haven't threatened that. They haven't assumed that. They haven't even suggested that. They said they're going to fight the people they are fighting, the Ukraine. And that's a bad thing. The consequence of them using nuclear weapons is that a third of the food and fertilizer in the world comes from the Ukraine. If they're using tactical nukes, that's food that will never be replaced. It means that the current global famine, remember, there's a global famine going on. We've been talking about that since the January of 2022. People have forgotten because we've gotten used to it. We've adjusted to it in the United States because we can, because we have the capability to get food and make food. So we don't feel the impact as much here in the United States, but the rest of the world, they realize there is a 30% food crisis going on. 30% of the food in the world ceased to exist the moment that the Ukraine-Russia war started. And so what they're looking at is, if there's tactical nukes being used, that food will quite likely never be available in the next 50, 100 years because of the irradiation. That's a significant concern. How do we deal with that? Does that mean we go to war? Does that mean we go to war? More importantly, let's say they used a tactical nuke. We decide to go to war. Who's going to be on whose side? Whoever gets the most food. Because we have all of Africa would be absolutely destroyed. Remember, they had governments that have changed just because of the food shortage. They're going to be picking sides based on food, and who has enough food is a big deal. Now, of course, the cost of food, inflation on food, is astronomical at that point. I know, I'm asking the big questions, the deep questions, the questions that don't have simple answers, that can't be answered by a yes or a no, or answered by a simple 30-second soundbite. I understand that. But this is your future. This is your kids' future. We have to talk about these things. We have to understand the consequences of this. Because if we don't understand the consequences, we will suffer them. I truly believe that. Now, again, if you disagree, I am more than happy to hear anyone's voice that can call in to 607-242-9247, or that you can leave a comment like Graham has done on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, and say, hey, Mike, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. Fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me why. Matter of fact, I need to check on Rumble. Give me 2 seconds. I want to see the live stream should be going on. Yep. We got a bunch of people who are watching on Rumble as we speak right now. And I hope they are enjoying this. And let me remind them. Just letting everyone on Rumble know that we have not forgotten you guys. We're seeing you there too. And we understand. We're asking big questions here. Graham says, responsible citizens devote time to pondering the tough political problems. Well, I would like to think so. But that's not what YouTube or Google, that's not what Facebook, that's not what the news media want you to do. In fact, what they want you to do right now, and what they're trying to motivate, besides trying to decide for you what's the solution, they've already made their propaganda move. What we are seeing is that governments are starting to say, you don't get a choice. Canada has just come out with C-18, a bill where they state that you don't get access to news media. They are dumbing down the public. The C-18 bill, which says that Facebook and YouTube and Google have to pay for the public seeing the news, there's so much wrong with this. This is such a big deal. This is a problem, and this is a test. Just like C-16 mandated the way that people would be able to speak. Jordan Peterson had to come out, and he was talking about how the government mandates speech, and that is destructive to society, that is destructive to free will, to freedom of speech. He was one of the first, and he came out and spoke about this. C-18 is at the same kind of level. It's part of this exact same process. Canada is looking at this from a couple of ways, okay, as the Associated Press was speaking about this. And I thought this part of the conversation was important. Legacy media and broadcasters have praised the bill. Why are they happy that YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, that they're all being forced to pay the Canadian government for letting the public see the news? Why are they happy about this? Because legacy media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, New York Times, are all losing money. They're losing audiences. They're losing influence and power. We know that. We know that we have seen all of those channels, all of those institutions of news media have been under assault. Alternative news media has grown exponentially and have been gaining in trust and confidence. The public trust alternative media, like this channel, trust us more than they do the mainstream news media. Why? Because the mainstream news media lies. And when they catch lies, when they allow lies to happen, as I showed you, in December, Joe Biden was saying, the Iran nuclear deal is dead. This week, all of the mainstream media is saying the deal is alive and how it can best be done. They lied to you. They lied to you, and they omitted the fact that this has been going on nonstop. That even as women were dying in Iran, the United States didn't care. They didn't want you to think about that. So the legacy media, because some people are thinking about these things, because people are asking these questions, because they're looking at the propaganda that the mainstream media is trying to shove down our throat, and we're asking questions, well, legacy media says they need help. And the way to help is to shut down social media, to force people to go back to CNN, to force people to go back to Fox News or to the New York Times, to the Washington Post. Force them to accept the propaganda that they are being given without any outside voices having a comment. So this is why the legacy media and broadcasters are happy that Canada wants to charge social media for letting you access the news. They go on to say, it promises to enhance fairness in the digital news marketplace and help to bring in more money for shrinking newsrooms. Why are the newsrooms losing money? Because no one trusts them. Because we've seen NBC, CBS, Newsweek. How many times have we heard these organizations say their reporters made up a news story, that they have plagiarized, that they fabricated, that they lied, that they held back the news to tell you the truth, whether it's about Epstein or whether it's about the pandemic or it's about the economy, about Hunter Biden? How many times have we watched mainstream news media lie to the public and get caught over and over again? So they're making less money because less people trust them, less people listen to them. And so they're going to the digital marketplace instead. They're going to, when they say digital marketplace, they mean alternative news media. They mean like this channel. The tech giants, going back to the article, tech giants, including Facebook and Google, have been blamed in the past for disrupting and dominating the advertising industry, eclipsing smaller traditional players. This is about power. The traditional news media has power with governments, including in Canada, and they want to maintain their power. And they know that the public has lost faith and trust in them because they have been caught lying over and over again. They have been caught propagandizing over and over again. So this is a way to limit that so that you can't go onto YouTube. And matter of fact, Facebook has already banned and already said they're going to stop every Canadian user of Facebook will no longer be able to get access to the news media. That should scare people. That's censorship. That's censorship that's being promoted both by the government and by Facebook. You can't get the news, which also means you can't talk about the news. You can't share news articles on Facebook in Canada because if you have news, they have to pay for it. So you can't talk about the news. This kills political commentary. This is a way to silence your voice, to silence you from talking about the politics. You can't do what I have just done. Show people the proof. Show them, as an example, going back to Joe Biden in Iran, show them the article from Axios on December 20th of 2022, and then go to Google and show them what's happening today, June 25th, 2023, that is exactly the opposite. They want to take away your ability to actually have a political conversation, to actually show people the proof, the truth. You know, imagine that you could no longer go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and actually pull up the unemployment rate that is increasing, to be able to go and look at the inflation rate and show people that inflation is increasing, not decreasing. What if you couldn't do that? Graham says legacy media is becoming more and more irrelevant. Their revenues are declining, so thus they turn to proprietorship to make up for those revenue losses. Well, the legacy media is using government, which they work hand in hand with. So they said to Trudeau, in his dictator-like approach, said, you know what? Silence the public. Force them to obey. Force them to listen to us. Kill, to cut off every single one of your political enemies. And this is the way that the governments are looking at this. This is how they silence you. This is about censorship. It is about suppression. If political commentators cannot show you the news, to comment on the news, to identify the lies that are being presented by the news, you lose. The government gains. Because the news media, left-leaning news media, loves to support left-leaning governments. Trudeau is only helped. Remember, who was talking about the trucker? Remember when we had the trucker protest in Canada? Who was talking about that? Was that coming out of the Canadian CBC News? No, that was coming from alternative media. And we were pointing to the fact that the national news media wasn't giving people the honest truth. Well, if you cut off the news, then the people only have the national news to listen to. They only get the state message, the message from the government, just like the government wants to put it out there. The news media gets to make money because they have no more competition. The government gets to have more power because there's no one there to question them. You lose. You lose at every turn. And if they're doing that in Canada, it's going to happen in the United States. And I know YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, they don't want me to talk about this. They hate this. They're going to suppress the hell. I am sure they're going to try and spin. You're going to see this buffering like crazy, or they may try and shut me down completely. They do not want you to understand what this means. This is about shutting your voice down. This is about shutting you up. And if they do it in Canada and it works in Canada, it's going to happen in the United States. Just like the trans language bill, the forced mandated language of C16 that Jordan Peterson warned us about and said, if they pass this, you're going to lose the ability to speak. And lo and behold, here we are in 2023, and you have lost the ability to speak. You can't say certain words on social media. You can't have certain ideas without being told that you're evil, that you're a problem. It's racist or bigoted or transphobic to dare have any comment that isn't approved. Canada's the testing ground. Canada is the test for this. This is how they will oppress you in the future. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Does anyone disagree with me about that? In fact, did anyone even hear that this was happening? Is anyone else aware that this is going on? Because this isn't big news. This is covered by the Associated Press, but no one wants to talk about that. Graham says, I think the business model of legacy media government partnership will continue to slowly decline. I think it's only a matter of time before ordinary citizens with their cell phone cameras will become citizen field journalists able to show everyone what's happening right in front of them. That's happening right now, Graham. That's already happening. We've already done that. That movement started in 2006. And we are well into that movement of alternative media. That's why you have the Steven Crowders, you have the Ben Shapiros, you have oh God, I'm forgetting everybody's name. Myself and others. It's why we exist. And this is why we're seeing the suppression. That's why we're seeing how badly they're trying to silence us. They do not want us to, you know what? I will show you the proof of what I'm talking about here as we're going forward. I want to show you my conversation with YouTube. Where is it? There it is. Let me show you something. This is what the future is. I had a video on June 20th, a live stream, 39 minutes. You may have seen it. And that live stream, I then went into a business with a business internet connection with multiple devices all playing the internet, using the internet as a business would. And in that business, they were playing a replay of my live stream. It is a 39-minute live stream. And in the middle of that live stream, YouTube decided to buffer it. It actually went for an entire hour of buffering on a business internet connection in a business, and none of the other internet, none of the other consoles, none of the other computers, none of the other internet connections were in any way stopped. Streaming was continuing. Emails were going back and forth. Business was continuing to happen. It was just that one YouTube video buffered for over an hour before the business just turned it off. Because they didn't want you to hear. They didn't want you to have the conversation. This is the result. This is the future. This is what Canada is looking to do. They are looking in trying to get C-18, in forcing social media to stop talking about this. They're going to silence you. Graham says YouTube answers to Russia, to China, the Chinese Communist Party. That's why they censor. They can't pass up renminbi bribes. You know, it's upsetting to me that YouTube, Google, Facebook, that they're all working against us. The government is working against us. We have the government lining up with classical news media, the written news media, the major mainstream news media channels, that they're all lining up to be able to censor what you can hear and what you can say. And social media is continuing. As much as they're upset about this, they're working with them too. This isn't bad for social media. Social media wants control. And if they can limit who is able to speak on their channels, all the better. There has been a movement towards, again, we've seen it not just in governments like in Greece, like in Italy, like in Sweden, where there is a movement towards conservatism. We've seen it on social media too, where there is a growth in conservatism. People are rejecting the progressive ideology. They don't like that. They are progressives. We've seen Silicon Valley is progressive. They want this. We've seen what their reaction was in 2016 to Trump being elected. We've seen the way that they have come out trying over and over again to limit the way people speak. We've seen the censorship on this channel. We've seen it. I've shown you evidence of it over and over again for years, for over a decade. They don't want you to be able to speak unless you approve what they already say. This is just meant to hurt you. Graham says, everyone knows that censorship is the short-term gain, long-term pain. Silencing dissent only reveals the weakness in those who hold power. I find it interesting. You know, I'm watching this today, and according to what I can see, YouTube right now, they have silenced the voices. They have limited this. Virtually no one is watching this or be able to see this at this moment, as far as I can tell from YouTube. Does that stop me? Not at all. And yet I have, I don't know, a couple hundred people who are watching this on Rumble right now. A couple hundred people are watching this on Rumble. And YouTube and Facebook and Twitter are limiting everyone, as far as I can tell. It's not the stream. It's not my technology. It's not the conversation. It's the fact that they don't want you to have this conversation. That should concern people. And it should be concern to us that Canada, once again, is the testing ground for an idea that is, well, forget about freedom of speech. It's destroying people's ability to talk. It's destroying political commentary. It is trying to reinforce you must obey. And why is it happening in Canada? Because Justin Trudeau thinks that the Chinese Communist Party is an idol, that he wants to become more like Chairman Xi, that he wants to be more like Mao, that he wants to be more of a dictator than the leader of a free nation. And this is the testing ground internationally. Canada is becoming more and more the equivalent of California, where it's the testing ground of progressive ideology, of suppression of the people, that leads to the infection going to other countries. Graham says, I guess the silver lining is that more and more citizens are able to see which politicians are accepting the bribes. It is. That is important. That's what the alternative news media is doing. We are making, think about it. We are seeing more and more of the major news media take over local news. Across this nation, many of the local newspapers have shut down. The local news stations have been merged with the national news media. And so you're not learning about what's happening in your community or how these things are affecting your community or you. You're hearing the message about what some executive, what the politicians want you to think about what's happening overall. Great example, Mark Molinaro responded. The response of Mark Molinaro to some 50,000 of his constituents telling him they didn't like the way he voted on Adam Schiff, on the censure of Adam Schiff. And Mark Molinaro, in the New York 19th, which is on the border with Pennsylvania, which comprises Broome County and a couple of other counties, that is nowhere near Syracuse. Mark Molinaro went to Syracuse, not the local news media. He didn't go to WBNG. He didn't go to WIVT. He didn't go to WNBF. He didn't talk to any of the local news media. He didn't go on any of the local news media programs. He went to the mainstream news media in Syracuse to explain his vote to people in the New York 24th and New York 25th districts. He's in the New York 19th district. Think about that. Consider that for a second. This is the impact we're seeing. He didn't go to anyone local because there was no one local to go to. He went to the mainstream media to push his message, to give an excuse for why he didn't listen to his constituents. He went to an outside source to tell his constituents why he wasn't listening to his constituents. That's a problem. And that tells you how bad the problem is. And if Mark Molinaro disagrees with me, if Mark Molinaro would like to argue about that, please come on. I've been waiting, Mark. I've been more than happy to do the interview, but I think it's really sick and indicative of a problem that you went outside the district, outside all of the news media locally, and you went to a national outlet to try and let people know about what you're doing in their community, outside of their community. It's a problem. And we see that only some of the alternative media actually noticed this and took this on because we're supposed to be silent, because they're trying to push us to be silent. And the response is, well, now because I spoke up about Mark Molinaro, because I'm talking about what the impact is on the United States on all these issues, I'm being censored. I'm being suppressed. They don't want you to hear these conversations. They don't want you to think about it. Whether or not you agree, they don't want you to even have the conversation. That should scare you. It's not about whether you agree with me. It's about the fact that you're not even supposed to hear this. You're not even supposed to consider this. You're not even supposed to say, well, Mike made his case, but I don't even agree with it. You're not even supposed to come to that conclusion. How dare you think for yourself? And we are seeing that if this is happening in Canada, I think it's only a short hop, skip, and a jump. It's 2 years away before we see that happening in the United States. To try and protect Hollywood, to protect the New York Times, to protect CNN, they're going to do the same thing here, which is to suppress free speech, to take away your ability and your right to be able to speak. I don't know. And I can see a lot of politicians will be happy about that to an extent. I mean, there's people like Chris Christie, who he would love it. He doesn't want alternative news media pointing out the fact that he's a joke, that no one cares about Chris Christie running for president in 2024, that he's doing barely better than Vivek Ramaswamy, that he's not a factor. In fact, he's a joke. If we go to Real Clear Politics right now, live, and we look at the aggregate total of the candidates that are out there, Trump is at 52.1%. DeSantis is at 21.5%. Mike Pence is at 5.8%, which is actually decreasing. Pence is losing his influence. Nikki Haley is at 3.6%. Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, is at 3.5%. Chris Christie is at 2.5%. That's it. He's not relevant. He's only slightly better than Vivek Ramaswamy, a complete unknown to the majority of not just Americans, but unknown to most Republicans. Vivek Ramaswamy is at 2.1%. He's right behind and about to overtake Chris Christie. So Chris Christie would love for alternative media not to be reporting on the fact, being live on the ground, showing that he is getting booed, that people in their cell phones and their citizen journalist reporting are showing how he is not connecting to the people because he wants to be able to control more of the conversation. And the news media want to control the conversation. They don't want people like Vivek Ramaswamy to move forward, to get more attention. They want people like Mike Pence. Why? Because Mike Pence is a moderate like Mark Molinaro, and they're easily controlled. They're part of the establishment. They're not going to make any waves. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, folks? Do you understand what I'm saying about this? I hope that you do. Whether you agree or not is another question altogether, but I hope you can understand why I'm saying this and what this is about. I'm trying to make this as clear as I can because I think this is a big deal. I think this is a major problem. When we're seeing, again, Mark Molinaro, as an example, doesn't want to use alternative news media. He doesn't want to reach out to local news media. He doesn't want to talk to the American people who he has access to. He wants to avoid them. That's moderate politics. That's the middle ground. That's establishment politics. They don't talk to you. They don't respond to you. They respond to the mainstream news media. They respond to the party expectations. The answers in the way that Mark Molinaro acted and the way that we're seeing Chris Christie react and Mike Pence, it's exactly what the establishment wants. They're doing what establishment wants, but the public, through alternative news media and in having these conversations, are rejecting them. And they're rejecting the people who are supporting them, who are pushing them on us, the mainstream news media and Hollywood. I think that's why we're seeing this backlash as more and more countries are becoming more and more conservative because they're looking at the consequences, because they're considering what's happening in the world. We're seeing this backlash. Graham says maybe Molinaro is deliberately not answering so as not to telegraph future moves. No, that's not why he did it. No, that's not why he did it. This was not about telegraphing anything. In fact, he was being blatantly obvious. Mark Molinaro didn't listen to his constituents because he didn't think they would pay attention. He didn't think this would be a big deal. Maybe he was trying to make some brownie points with Democrats in New York State because they control New York State. Perhaps he was trying to get some brownie points within Congress. Fantastic. He's being an establishment man. But he failed. And his answer was, I won't speak to anyone. I won't answer the people. I won't answer to the people that on the campaign trail. I was there. As I listened to him on the campaign trail say that he is there to represent the people. And when the people spoke up and said, you're not representing us, he didn't give an answer. He ran away and went to establishment politics, to establishment news media outlets, to propaganda. It's that obvious. And just like him, there's Chris Christie, who's doing the same exact thing. Because he hopes that he's going to be able to, I don't know what Chris Christie thinks he's going to achieve, besides trying to relaunch his career, which I think everyone agrees is a joke. But he's going to try anyway. Hopefully that's making sense. Hopefully. And hopefully people are able to see this, because I can see YouTube is just really against this all. But let's focus now more on domestic issues. So we talked about, Graham says, I think Chris Christie should go back to Colbert, but drink more alcohol next time. That's funny. Chris Christie's done. He never had a chance. He was never a consideration. Vivek Ramaswamy is more likely to become president than Chris Christie. Chris Christie is not relevant, and no one cares. But the establishment want Chris Christie in place to gain some kind of political leverage because it weakens everyone else. It distracts people from people like Vivek Ramaswamy or from Tim Scott or from Nikki Haley. The more they get to talk about Chris Christie, the less they have to talk about all the people they don't like. And that's why they want Chris Christie, and that's why they want Mike Pence to look like they're doing better than they actually are. They want you to think they're more popular than they actually are, because they don't want you to consider a Trump, a DeSantis, a Nikki Haley, a Tim Scott, or a Vivek Ramaswamy. They don't want you to have that conversation. Graham says, I don't know, man. Christie could discover his superpower, charisma boost every time he takes a shot. Well, no. Chris Christie's done. Hey, but if there is a fan of Chris Christie out there that thinks that I'm wrong, that thinks that he's the best thing since sliced bread, that he's the savior of the Republican Party or conservative movement, hey, fantastic. I'll hear that voice. I want to hear that argument. I don't see it. I don't understand anyone who thinks it, but hey, I'm more than happy to listen to anyone who wants to explain it to me. More than happy to have that conversation. I know this is currently being suppressed. YouTube, Facebook, they don't want you to see this because of everything we've talked about internationally. But, you know, even if you see it after the live show, and you want to leave it in the comments, I'm happy to have that conversation with you, even in the comments. I'm listening, folks, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble or anywhere else. Okay. So we've had the conversation so far trying to understand that there's a lot of propaganda that's being put in front of us to distract us with the Wagner group and the potential of a civil war in Russia that isn't realistic. That was never realistic to start with. To distract us from the fact that this is a war that's now going into 2 years that we were told will last 1 month. That Ukraine is not doing nearly as well as we are told that they should be doing. Okay, we talked a little bit about that. We've talked about the moves that Iran is making with the United States. Deals that we have been told are dead, would not possibly happen because the Biden-Harris administration loves women. They respect women. They support women. And that's why they're working on the Iran nuclear deal behind your back to help Iran, who is poisoning women and killing women for daring to show their hair or learning how to read. Okay, fine. Let's talk about what's happening here in the United States. Because we have a lot of things that are happening that I think are very troubling, like A.G. Garland, who is saying, no, there is no corruption that's going on. That these things aren't corrupt and there is nothing that is being suppressed. And it was perfectly fine and fair that out of 400 potential charges investigated and ready to go by the FBI, that Hunter Biden only got 3 charges, all of them with probation, that he pled down on everything that he did wrong, and that we don't need to talk about it, that this is not corruption, it doesn't matter, the story is over, let it go. Because Hunter Biden somehow got punished for nothing. That he got away with it, and that this has nothing to do with A.G. Garland, the same man that has been desperate to punish parents for being involved in their kids' education. I don't trust him. Maybe you do. I don't see any reason why anyone should trust him. And I find it interesting that while he's coming out and saying, no, everything's perfectly fine, and those other 397 charges, they don't matter. It's not important. No one needs to investigate that. Meanwhile, members within the investigation, and I have it here, where is that? Where is it? Bear with me. There it is. Yet, we know that there was an IRS whistleblower who has come out and said that no, AG Merrick Garland, he's wrong, that he's lying, that there is influence that's being happening, that the AG, that David Weiss, has told 6 witnesses in October of 2022 that he is being limited in the ability to actually charge Hunter Biden, that he was not given the power to go out and charge him with all the crimes that apply. That comes from AG Merrick Garland. This is Merrick Garland stopping punishment for the crimes that should be that Hunter Biden should be held accountable for, and the investigations that should be going forward. See, he's going to tell you that he has nothing to do with it. Oh, he's going to tell you, I'm innocent. This is not political at all. Hunter Biden has been fairly treated. Let me ask you folks out there, do you think that Hunter Biden got treated fairly, or was he giving kid gloves? Let me ask you that, all right? Let's put that out there and ask everyone. What do you think about this? I can tell you what it seems like YouTube and Facebook and social media, they want you to believe that Hunter Biden was treated harshly, that justice came in swift and hard against him. But that's not reality. That's not even close to reality. He's been treated with the biggest set of hair of kid gloves that I can possibly imagine. I don't know. It's very upsetting to me. I find it upsetting. Maybe you disagree. Graham had said earlier that, in talking about Chris Christie, that a new debate, that if he went on Joe Rogan or Elon Musk, that Chris Christie might excel in a debate as long as he has alcohol. Look, you're focused on Chris Christie being drunk way too much. I don't think that makes a difference. The man has no political future, and no spectacle will help him with that. I truly believe it. But think about this, folks. We talked about Canada. We talked about the censorship that Canada is trying to put forward, okay, with Bill C-18, and how the mainstream media is looking to supplant your voice, to silence you on social media. It's happening in more ways than you think. Did you hear about Jeff Jackson? Okay. Jeff Jackson is a North Carolina 14th representative in Congress. He represents the North Carolina 14. He's a member of Congress, and his conversation right now with the American people is that AI is bad, and that AI is dangerous, and that Congress needs to set up a bunch of laws today to protect you from AI. This is important. So let me let you hear him on TikTok. This is his TikTok.
It's really important that political leaders level with you about how much your life is about to change because of artificial intelligence. This is an enormous tidal wave, and it's going to make landfall years before we thought it would. No one knows if this is going to create more jobs than it obsoletes, but I'm on the Science and Tech Committee, and what I've seen is that the entire tech sector is sprinting this direction because they believe that the winners get to stay in business and the losers don't, which means we are being pushed into a full-scale technological revolution. You're about to see.
I want to stop right there. He wants you to be afraid. Jeff Jackson. Notice how casual. He's just a regular, ordinary guy on TikTok, which is a problem all its own. And he's talking about AI. It's the big bad. Ooh, these evil overlords of the social media are all ganging up on you. Nobody even knows what AI can do. No one understands what the applications of AI are. The only people that seem to be affected by AI at this moment are Hollywood screenwriters. That's it. And honestly, if you've seen the movies, look at the movies that they put out. Look at the TV shows. Secret Wars, She-Hulk, Moon Knight, Witcher Origins. AI can only improve Rings of Power. They can only do better in the writing. But he's telling you that, well, see, all of these powerful social media companies, they're ganging up using AI against you. And he, this regular guy, this nice guy, Jeff Jackson, out of North Carolina, is going to protect you. He's there to help you. He's the government stepping in to save you from what? Think about that. All this technology, he has no idea how it's going to be used. He has no idea how it will be applied. He has no idea what it does. He admits that. He has no idea, but he's going to protect you. Hang on, let's go on.
To see AI everywhere, including politics. There will be lots of high-quality deepfakes in this election.
There's going to be high-quality deepfakes. How do you know that? How do you know that's going to happen? Is he just admitting that the Democratic Party, that the Democrats in North Carolina are already using AI to create deep fakes? That he assumes that people in North Carolina and the United States are too dumb to do the research to find out for themselves what is true and what is not true? Does he think that people are too stupid to be able to read an article and pay attention to the details? or that they're going to be that easily swayed by TikTok videos? Is that what he's trying to say? Because that's what it sounds like he's saying. What else does Jeff have to say here?
Are safeguards being developed for that kind of misinformation? I've talked to different groups.
Misinformation. Safeguards are being made to protect you from misinformation. Yeah, like the Biden administration putting together a ministry of truth to decide what is misinformation, what is disinformation. Hey, Jeff Jackson, can you explain in your TikTok video what's misinformation? What's disinformation? How about you start there? Not saying that, well, there are things I don't like, because that's what he's saying. He's telling you he doesn't like what's being said. Not that it's not true. Not that it doesn't help you. Let's go on. He wants to go on.
Who are working on them, but they're in early stages, and I don't think they're going to be ready in time for this election. So you have to be really careful with video clips on social media like this. Be more careful when you hear from me about whether it's actually me. There's not a great solution to this right now other than your skepticism. On the other hand, our committee's hearing.
So he's saying there's another answer to the skepticism. You don't have to trust him. That don't believe anything you see. Just believe what the government tells you. Just believe what politicians tell you. Don't listen to your eyes. Don't look at what's out there. Don't listen to alternative media. Go to the mainstream media. Listen to them. Pay attention to them. Pay attention to him and his party. And that's it. Obey. Don't critically think. Don't question. Don't look at anything else. Just obey. Go to the approved messaging sources. Absorb the approved message and do nothing else. Don't think, don't consider anything else. And he's going to protect you. He's going to come out and he's your white knight because you're too dumb to do it for yourself. Let's see.
From people saying that regulation of AI could go too far and block all of this innovation. But that's not going to happen, and I'll tell you why. The political will in Congress to do some big regulation of AI just isn't remotely there.
Wait a minute, if the political will isn't there, why are you doing this? If the will isn't there, then what's this? This is the will of Congress. This is the will of Democrats being expressed in North Carolina. He is showing you that there is a will in Congress to do this. And Chuck Schumer's right alongside with him. So is Senator Blumenthal.
Greater chances that we'll end up doing basically nothing, as we did with the internet and social media and cryptocurrency. So,
okay, cryptocurrency, totally outside the scope of any government. So he threw that in just so he had a term that people will be able to connect with. Again, it's about fear. See, the government wasn't involved in cryptocurrency and it fell apart and people lost money because the government wasn't involved. So you need government in cryptocurrency. Oh, social media? Oh yeah, you're hearing all this disinformation. You know, the stuff that the government doesn't like being told about a laptop of Hunter Biden showing him involved in breaking multiple laws and connecting Joe Biden, the big guy, to deals with international, with influence peddling around the world. Yeah, you're not supposed to pay attention to any of this stuff. That's the stuff you shouldn't care about. Let's go on.
if getting Congress to do anything is going to be really hard, what's the most important thing about AI that we absolutely have to get right? To me, the top of the list is guarding against the intentional misuse of AI, like creating new...
He wants to guard against the intentional misuse of AI. Wait a minute. What about the fact that right now we have a government that is lying to the American people? He's not concerned about the 30,000 Americans that have been abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration in Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Sudan. He doesn't care about that. That's not the big deal. He doesn't care about the fact that there's no one reporting on that. He doesn't care about the fact that the media has reported on and shown evidence of the abuse of power by the Biden-Harris administration. He doesn't care about that. No, he's concerned about how AI will be used in the next election that might happen, that he doesn't have any proof of, that there's no evidence that it's happening. He wants you to just be afraid. You should doubt anyone who isn't saying the approved message from the news media. That's what this is about. You should doubt any voice you hear that isn't his voice, that isn't putting out the approved message, that isn't coming from approved news media sources. That's his message to you. Let's go on.
New biological or cryptological weapons. I won't go into detail about that for obvious reasons, but
You won't go into it because there's no proof of it, that AI is making bioweapons. What? Where's the proof of that? How do you make that claim and then don't back it up? Where is there a biotech AI? Show us the evidence. You say, oh, well, there might be, there could be. Someone is making a Terminator. You know, like in the movie, they're making this Terminator machine to kill all of humanity because of AI. Show me the proof. Give me some reason to believe you. How is this not misinformation that he's putting out right now? Jeff Jackson is peddling fear. And that fear he is peddling is meant to only make you obey. He gives no substance. He is just telling you horror stories. And he's telling you, but trust me, I will protect you. The government will protect you. If you re-elect us, we will protect you from something that no one even knows exists, that may not even exist.
there's some really bad scenarios that could be unlocked, and we need safeguards in place against them right now. So that's what I'm working on, and I'm going to keep you posted.
Okay, so again, I want to go back to what he just
We'll
said.
go into detail about that for obvious scenarios that could be unlocked, and we need safeguard obvious reasons, but there's some really bad scenarios that
There are some really bad scenarios.
be unlocked, and we need safeguards in place against them.
And we need safeguards in place. I want you to think about that for a second, folks. So, what did Jeff Jackson out of North Carolina's 14th district? He needs to protect you from something he doesn't even know exists. He needs to protect you from something he can't even define. He wants to protect you from the unknown. Think about that for a second. There is no problem. He can't point to a single problem. He can only tell you, be afraid. And the government is the one to protect you. That's all he has to say. And you're supposed to trust him because he's going to make up a list of rules that will save your life, that will protect you. How? How? In fact, I went out and I asked, and to this moment, he hasn't responded. And I say, to Representative Jeff Jackson of North Carolina, first of all, did you use a phone that was paid for by his congressional office, which violates the Biden TikTok ban? That's one thing. But also, can you explain how you can protect anyone from an unknown? How are you not just being authoritarian, limiting the potential and censoring Americans? This is an important question. This needs to be asked more. Think about this. The whole question about AI and the whole question from Jeff Jackson is that AI is bad. People will use AI badly. Who's going to use it badly? He doesn't say. How are they going to use it badly? He doesn't tell you. He says, people are using this to make bioweapons. Who's doing that? Show any evidence of that. That's an important thing. Someone is using bioweapons in the world. Someone is using AI to develop bioweapons. Who? We need to be aware of that. That's national security for the United States. We need to be able to protect ourselves. What company is building AIs and giving it to some radical organization or country to make bioweapons? Is this Iran we're talking about? Is this the IRGC? Who? Oh, he doesn't want to tell you. Just be afraid. Just know that you should be afraid because anything could happen. Someone could make a Terminator. I don't know. Someone could have a space laser and point it at you and kill you. It could be just like S.H.I.E.L.D. It could be Hydra. We don't know. You should be afraid. Be terrified. Be scared. And doubt anything that isn't approved. That's what he's saying to you. Be afraid of everything unless it's approved, unless it comes from an approved voice, it's an approved message. Believe him. Don't believe anyone else. Don't you think. just obey. That's Jeff Jackson in a nutshell. Let me come back to the comments. Graham mentions that he remembers in a campaign, people on Facebook would post old news articles, and people would react in anger like the story happened recently. That's because people don't remember what happens in politics or in the news. They forget after 3 months. Graham says, it's like once the AI programmers learn how to target voter susceptibility to confirmation bias, we might see a lot of havoc. Graham, we already see that. Look at all the commercials. Look at the 30-second ads that come out from Josh Riley and from Democrats and from Republicans. Look at every single election, all of the ads that are put out there. The politicians already are using confirmation bias. They are already using that. They don't need an AI for that. It's already happening. It's already effective. It already affects elections. That's a fact. It's part of modern politics. Graham goes on to say, well, like how the pandemic leaked out of the Wuhan lab. I think we may only see the evidence of AI-enhanced biological warfare after the disaster already happened. Except we knew that the Wuhan lab was illegal. It was already illegal for it to exist. It was already illegal to fund what was happening there. And it was known, except the news media didn't want to talk about it. It wasn't that we couldn't have stopped that. We could have. Except people like Dr. Fauci said, he is the science. You have to obey. Don't worry about it. It's not important. Don't follow the story. How many times did Dr. Fauci tell Rand Paul, as an example, that he's not a doctor, even though he is, and that he can't question the science, nor should he look into the funding? And when we looked into the funding, we saw letter after letter, report after report that said the government knew that what was being done in Wuhan was against the law and a violation of ethics, and that it should not exist. And yet they did it anyway. User has been banned. Hey, user has been banned. Thank you for joining us. User has been banned says, the only way I've seen AI abused is to make propaganda, fake voices in real pictures. Excuse me. Sorry about that, folks. That AI has been used to make propaganda, but that's what commercials are for. It's all propaganda. User's band says, we are 3 buildings. Okay. So is AI the fear? Here's the thing. Yes, AI could be used to make fake commercials. Absolutely. And it can be used to make fake headlines. Absolutely. That already exists. People are already doing that. That's not new. That's not something that has never been done before. It happens all the time right now. We have been seeing this. So Jeff Jackson isn't telling you about some new dangerous thing that's about to happen. It's been happening. It's part of the modern political election structure. It's normal. And we deal with this on every single election. That's why you have the fact checkers that are out there to tell you, oh, this is real, this isn't real, this might be real, this is partially real. We have people who are looking into this on a regular basis all the time because it's already out there. We don't need AI to do this. It's just AI does it faster. So he's not protecting us from anything. And he's emphasizing the fear. Again, the biotech thing. How dare you say, oh, the biotechs, this is terrifying. Someone's using AI to make biotech. They're using computers and supercomputers to do biotech too. They've been doing that. This isn't new. This isn't something different than has been happening for the last 50 years. He isn't telling you something that you should be afraid of other than his answer is trust him. Believe him. Obey him. Obey his party. Obey the government and legacy media. He is trying to make it censorship. It is censorship. This is authoritarian. This is a dictatorship. He's saying he's going to set up a bunch of rules. For what? What is he making rules about? There are no rules. He has no idea how this is going to be applied, how this might be able to save people's lives, how it could help in biotech to find drugs that'll cure cancer. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's putting up. What he's doing is he's saying, here is a road, a path. I want you to walk down this path, and I'm going to put up guardrails so that you can't walk any other way, that you have only one direction that you can go in. There's only one path that you can take. And there might be benefits, or there may be dangers, going down any other path, but he doesn't care. He wants you to go down the approved path. He has an approved message. He has an approved legacy media, approved thoughts that he wants you to have. And AI can only go down that approved message. I don't trust AI. I don't believe in AI. I think there's a lot of abuses that can come out of AI. And I do not want the government to preemptively to jump in and try and fix a problem they don't even know what it is. Think about that. He has no idea what he is talking about. None. Not because he's not the scientist, it's because he doesn't even know what he's trying to protect you from. And he wants you to be dumb enough, he wants you afraid enough to just obey him. Jeff Jackson needs to get elected, not be reelected. Jeff Jackson needs to be voted out of office. Jeff Jackson is dangerous to America. He is pushing a dangerous censorship out on the American people. He wants to control your voice. He wants to control your thoughts. And he's trying to hide that under TikTok, under this message of, I'm here to protect you from something that we don't even know what it is. I'm going to protect you from meteors that may fall on your head. We don't know that there is a meteor that's going to fall on your head. We don't know what the odds are of a meteor falling on your head. We don't even know how to protect you from a meteor falling on your head. But Jeff Jackson is here to protect you from meteors that could fall on your head. That's his analogy. You could walk out and you could try and cross the street and a car might hit you. And Jeff Jackson's going to protect you from a car that might hit you. How? He doesn't know. But he's going to protect you anyway. Users been banned says he's trying to protect himself. He's worried about fake clips of him getting created. Maybe, or his party. He's worried about fake clips on Joe Biden. He's worried about fake clips on Kamala Harris. He's worried about fake clips about RFK or Jeff Jackson. Fantastic. They already exist. If he's worried about fake articles, they already exist. If he's worried about people misquoting him, it already happens. This is why I showed you his TikTok video, where he has done everything he possibly can to manipulate the public. And it's rather insulting what he has done because he thinks you won't notice. I mean, look at this. Everything from, look at the way he's dressed. He's wearing purple, a color that's supposed to mean he's both with the left and the right. This is about left and right. That's why he's wearing the color purple. And it's an ally to the lesbian gay alliance. So he's got three things happening with the color of the shirt alone because it's purple. He's making this in his kitchen. So he's just like you and me. He's a regular guy. See, he has a kitchen just like you. Nice and normal. It's clean. It's not cluttered. Nothing really distracting you. But it's just like your house. He's just like you. Middle class. Owns a house just like yours. Let's see. He's not wearing a suit. He's a regular guy. He's not some big power broker politician. He's just like you. He's a regular person. He's just an average Joe talking to you about the concerns he has. He's normal and regular. This has been tailored and this has been set up by some of the best in the industry. He has put this together to make sure that he is selling this on so many subliminal levels. This is abuse of power. And the whole thing he said is, in a nutshell, AI is unknown. The government is going to make up a bunch of arbitrary rules that may not apply, that may not ever protect you, that may not ever have any application, and he's going to use them to protect you. And that means censorship. That means suppression. He's going to try and stop AI from doing things that he doesn't like. You know, like being able to research every vote he has ever made, about telling you about the businesses that he used to interact with before he got elected to office, about telling you about his grades in school and how smart he actually is, as opposed to what he tells you about. This is about life. This isn't about deepfakes. It's not about excuses in the news media or some political opponent. This is about control. This is about abusing you. This is an excuse. It's just like remember there was the SOPA and PIPA, Stop Online Piracy Act, and they said, we heard Congress, the Democrats came out and said, we need to have more censorship to protect you from online piracy. Piracy wasn't hurting the American people. It wasn't damaging the American people's lives. No, it was damaging Hollywood. And they were trying to protect Hollywood. And more importantly, they used that to be able to have control over what's on the internet. Again, misinformation, disinformation. They were going out to try and censor what you could say about politics. They were going to use SOPA and PIPA, P-I-P-A. They were using that to try and basically create a misinformation board, a disinformation board, a censorship and suppression legally, because they can't do it otherwise. And everyone saw it for what it was. It was an authoritarian attack against freedom and liberty and free speech, and it got shot down. But the Democrats have never given up on that. Senator Blumenthal, the very same guy who we showed you earlier, is trying to say that NATO, that the United States should be going to war against Russia on behalf of Ukraine. That same war hawk is the same guy who says he wants more censorship on the internet. He wants the government to be involved in what can and cannot be said. He made the speech about that in 2019. He said that at the Democratic Socialist Awards program that he received an award for socialism. That was Senator Blumenthal. Okay, so let me go back to some of the comments here. User of the band says, fear is the great motivator for most people. Might be why politicians use it. It is absolutely why. Now, hello, Hal. Good to see you have joined us. Hal says, maybe it's a recognition that we need to get ahead of AI. How do you get ahead of it? There's no parameters. How do you get ahead of it? What are you protecting people from, Hal? Not you, Hal, but Jeff Jackson. He's trying to say, we have to set up these rules. For what? He doesn't even know what he's setting rules up for. You can't make a rule for something that doesn't exist. What's the rule to protect you from meteors falling out of the sky? There isn't one. Why? Because we can't even understand the scope of the risk. Hal says, we would have to be a country of abject idiots not to look into the AI and the ways it needs to be regulated. We don't have an understanding of how AI even functions, let alone how it can be regulated. We don't know how it's put together. We are told that AI has no bias, and yet, if you go to ChatGPT and put that alongside Gipper, G-I-P-P-R, and you look up the same information, there is political bias that exists in the AI that we told aren't biased. So where do you have that? What are we regulating? Again, let me ask the question, because Jeff Jackson will not respond to this. What is the regulation? Yes, I do understand users' advances. They program bias into AI. Of course they do. They're human beings. Human beings have bias. Every reporter, every politician, everybody has bias. I understand that. Hal Stewart says, are you being serious? We can't understand it. I'm being very serious, Hal. What are you, again, what is the government protecting us from? What exactly? They don't know what AI does. They don't know how it will be applied. How do you protect someone from an unknown? How? You can't. You need to know what the threat is to protect yourself from it. You can't just make a protection from something that you don't know. You need to know what the threat is to address the threat. And we don't know what the threat is with AI. You're going to say, Jeff Jackson wants to say, well, it's a deep fake video. We already have videos and have always had videos that are fakes. That's not new. We have rules and regulations to deal with that. Well, it could be a fake news article. We have rules and regulations for that, and it already exists. What is it that AI is going to do that, again, what is the problem? What is the threat? He doesn't tell us. He tells us fear, be afraid. It could be a problem. It could be abused. It could be misused. So are cars. So I'm trying to understand this. And again, folks, I'm not picking on you, Hal. I'm picking on Jeff Jackson and the fact that he is being so vague in such a tailored message that he knows the only purpose of the message is to terrify people and to make them obey, to keep them in line, to make sure that they do what he wants. And that should make people upset. Hal saying, well, Mike, it's your fault. You should know what the dangers are of AI. You should know that there should be other problems with AI besides deep fakes. Okay, what are they? What are they, Hal? What exactly is AI being used for, or that it could be used for, that doesn't already exist? Because Jeff Jackson can't name anything. Jeff Jackson isn't offering anything that you should be afraid of. He's not offering anything he's going to protect you from. He just said fear, 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 fear. And that's a problem. He said fear, and the answer is government. The answer is government. There's fear out there, so the government will protect you. The government will help you. The government's going to take away your freedom. No, I'm not selling fear right now. I'm making people aware. And again, I'm not telling people to agree with me, but I'm trying to ask you, it's real simple. What's the fear? Well, I'm not trying to sell fear. I'm trying to say protect your First Amendment rights, protect your freedoms. Do not allow Jeff Jackson to go out and do what he's attempting to do, which is to censor you, to be able to get the government to have control over your speech, to have yet another avenue of suppression on the social media, whether that's with the internet or otherwise. And I think this is all about going in and giving the government more control over the internet to be able to oppress and to censor people. This is just an end around because it's so all-encompassing. It is so universal. It can be used in so many ways that he gets a free and clear attack against the First Amendment, saying, oh, it's because of AI. I need to censor the way people speak because of AI. AI might do that. AI might talk in a certain way. It might be used to create certain devices to have certain conversations. It might. Therefore, you can't have those conversations. That information can't be on the internet. That's what we're hearing from Senator Blumenthal, that we're hearing from Representative Jeff Jackson. And he's selling it as, and you should be afraid, because only the government can protect you. Guess what? A lot of people mentioned this before. What's the answer to spam? We remember when there was first spam and everyone got the message that there was a Nigerian prince who is related to you and wants to give you $10 million. And all you have to do is send them all your information. Spam and phishing, they existed, right? And what did the government didn't need to get involved to protect us from that, and they didn't try. The businesses were created to be able to protect people. NordVPN, all the various shield programs. We have entire industries that have been built up to protect people from abuses on the internet. And the same thing with AI. There will be businesses that will be created to protect people from deep fakes and other programs. Because that's what the industry does. That's what business does. Someone will try and commit an abuse. Someone will try and correct and protect you from that. We don't need government for any of this. And government isn't doing anything new to protect us other than stopping us from being able to speak. That's what this is. That's the fear I have. And Jeff Jackson has yet to say anything to prove his point, to explain his point, to be able to say he's not trying to do an end around on people's freedom. And that's the thing. No one wants to address this. This is buried news. This news story is buried right now. Nobody wants to talk about it. I want to talk about it. I want to have this conversation. Jeff Jackson in North Carolina really needs to explain to the North Carolina 14th District and the rest of the nation what the hell he's talking about. Because he's being vague as hell as he's trying to draw in as many people as he possibly can. I give it to his team in being able to really design this video to be as appealing to as wide a swath of people as he possibly can. His speechwriter did a great job of writing an absolutely vague, wide open, open-ended speech that says nothing, but sounds like it's very important. But when you analyze it, when you actually listen to his words, he says nothing. He has said nothing new, nothing different, nothing important, nothing fearful. But he is also implying in there that government is going to come down with the full weight and power of government to suppress voices, to suppress speech. And that scares me. And Jeff Jackson is a bad guy because of that. Again, what are we supposed to be afraid of? Better yet, what is the government going to do to protect me from the problem I don't know exists? How can the government protect me for something they don't even know about? Because the government, look at the government. They're not good at protecting us from things they do know about. They don't have solutions to the problems we already have. And he's telling me they're going to protect us from a problem we don't have? The answer from Jeff Jackson and Democrats is, in terms of gun control, as an example, is, well, we'll just ban the public from getting guns, which doesn't stop criminals. We're going to punish the public for being able to have a bulletproof vest. That's in New York State. It's illegal for a citizen to have a bulletproof vest. I already have one. And it's illegal for us to have a bulletproof vest, and the criminals don't care. It didn't stop a single criminal. Red flag laws were supposed to stop suicides and from criminals. And all reports except one that I'm aware of say that doesn't work. It hasn't stopped crime. It hasn't stopped deranged people. It doesn't work. But they keep telling us they're going to protect us. And now we have Jeff Jackson telling us he's going to protect us from something he doesn't even know what it is. He can't even tell you what the problem is. He can't name the issue. But he and the rest of government, the rest of the Democrats, are going to come down and they're going to protect you somehow from something eventually. You're just going to give up a bunch of your rights to do it. Think about that. Now, you don't have to like what I'm saying, because I don't care. I don't care if people like it. And I don't know Jeff Jackson. I'm not in the North Carolina 14th District, but I am concerned about people who are setting up Americans, that are setting people up for censorship and suppression and abuse. It is an abuse of power. This is designed to make abuse look good. Jeff Jackson and his team have worked together to make it feel comfortable, to make it feel warm and friendly to be abused. He is abusing the First Amendment. He is abusing the power of the government over people. He is fear-mongering, and he should be called out for it. And I'm more than happy to do so. Because you deserve to have better. And again, if anyone wants to call in, 607-242-9247, you can call in from anywhere in the world. And if you think that there is something that we need to be protected from, that Jeff Jackson is right, please tell me. He has 295,000 likes on this video. And I'd like to see, can any one of the 300,000 people who watched his video on TikTok, can they tell me what is he trying to protect us from? What is he protecting us from? What is he doing as a member of government that citizens can't do for themselves? See, that's a question no one is supposed to ask. Legacy media will never ask this question of Jeff Jackson. Jeff Jackson will never be asked to answer for this. He should. In fact, if he thinks he's truly helping people, he absolutely has to. He must answer to people and tell them what is he trying to protect us from. Hal says, I just watched the video. I just played the video. He actually does mention some of the issues AI needs to be addressed. No, he doesn't. He says there's a problem with biotech. That's not an answer. That's not a question. That's not a fear. It already exists. We already have things to address that. We already have supercomputers that work with that. He's not answering something new. It's not a new fear. It's not a new problem. We already have the safeguards for that. No, he doesn't. And you're right, Hal. He doesn't mention banning speech, but that is a function of what he does. See, it's like the red flag laws. The red flag laws never mention that they're going to split up families. But if you ask every single state, as I have, all 19 states, including DC, and ask them, are red flag laws being used to separate families, to take kids out of households? Every lawyer and every state in the nation will tell you the answer to that is yes. It is happening, it has been happening, and it's not reported on. No one wants to talk about it, but it's a fact. It is a consequence, a direct consequence of red flag laws, but they don't talk about it. Okay? The fact that he didn't mention banning free speech what else could he do? If he's saying he's going to put up guidelines on how AI is going to be able to work, and AI is about communication, then he's limiting communication. He's banning speech. It is a function of what he's trying to do. I did watch it. I've watched it more than once. And his big concern, only real concern, is about biotech. We should be afraid of biotech and deep fake and biotech. It's going to be used in elections. And we already see everything he mentioned about elections already exists. Everything he mentioned about bioweapons already exists. He didn't mention anything new. There is no new problem that Jeff Jackson is mentioning that doesn't exist already. Oh, yeah, he mentioned crypto. Crypto, a system that has no basis in credibility. I don't trust crypto as is. It's an arbitrary means of exchange based on nothing. There is no asset to crypto. I've said that many, many, many times. Crypto is not real. It's arbitrary. It's a bunch of people's emotions. Fantastic if you have it. I don't care if people want to invest in it, but there's nothing behind it. So crypto, something that's arbitrary and is constantly abused. Look at Sam Fried. Is it Sam Bankman-Fried? Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried abused the hell out of crypto. There's lots of people abusing crypto. That's not a new thing. Doesn't require AI. He's not protecting us from that. He's not protecting us from bioweapons research. He's not protecting us from deep fakes. All of these things exist. They all have laws and regulations about all of them. He's not doing anything new. His concern isn't valid. And the question is, How is he going to protect us? How does the government protect us from an unknown? It's already, everything he mentioned, the government is protecting us against. The government already has rules in place to protect us against bioweapons research. We already have rules in place to protect crypto and finances in general. We already have these rules in place. What is he talking about? What new thing does he have to do? Why is he doing that? Why is he looking to impede on our lives? Because, and the reason why he's being vague, I believe, is because he knows that if he tells you how he's going to do this, it absolutely must include censorship. Yeah, user has been banned. They don't like spicy jokes coming from the AI. I agree. But again, the biggest thing I'm asking for is Jeff Jackson, I want him to explain himself. It's real simple. Explain what is the problem. Explain how government is the solution. Because I don't believe government is the solution. And I think that government is the abuse. I think he's making it up. I think he's fear-mongering. And I think he is just lying to the American people. He's using them. Now, if I'm wrong, Jeff Jackson could explain himself, which he doesn't. I just played the entire video with audio and with the words up so that you could see it and everyone else can see it, and I will have the link at the end of the show so that people can look it up for themselves. I'm not hiding it from anyone. I just played the whole thing. The answer is he has no answer. He just has an abuse. He has a way to instill fear in the public to be able to get a political agenda approved, whether that's his reelection or being able to, and I believe, and being able to suppress free speech. This is his agenda. And if Jeff Jackson disagrees with me, Jeff Jackson, you're more than welcome to come on to this program at any time to call in. Your staff are more than welcome to call in, and I will give you as much time as is necessary for you to explain exactly what the threat is and exactly how you think the government's going to protect us. I'm more than happy to give you all the time in the world. I'm not CNN. I'm not Fox News. I'm not limited to 5 minutes or 15. If you need 2 hours to explain it, I'll give you 2 hours live to be able to explain it to the public. But right now, you're not even taking 5 minutes to explain. You're not even taking 2 minutes to explain it. You're just putting out fear. Jeff Jackson is just putting out fear. And I don't trust that. And it needs to be called out. If people think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear why I'm wrong. Because how, in as much as you're standing by him, I'm not hearing an answer. Hang on one second. So how, as much as I understand how, that you're saying, well, it's not that bad. But you haven't told me what's the problem. He says, and I've answered your question. So where is the thing that we need the government to protect us from? I don't expect you to have the answer, Hal. It's Jeff Jackson who made this suggestion. It's Jeff Jackson who's putting the government involved into our lives in being able to interact with our actions. It's Jeff Jackson that I have a problem with. And Jeff Jackson is the one who's supposed to give us an answer. Now, in addition to that, as I mentioned in my tweet about Jeff Jackson, I asked the question, we should also wonder, he did this on TikTok. This was on TikTok that he did this. There it is. He's using TikTok for this. That's a violation of, or potentially, this is a violation of the Biden administration. It was the Biden administration that said that there is a ban of federal devices. We know that it went through Congress. It was approved in the Senate, the No TikTok on Government Devices Act. Do you remember that? I do. And I do remember that it has been banned, according to the Biden administration, TikTok, the White House gave people 30 days. That was back on February 28th, at the end of March. So beginning of April, that U.S. federal agencies, that would include Congress, could not use TikTok on their personal devices. How did Jeff Jackson record this? Did he use a federal device? Did he use his phone, which is paid for by federal dollars, to do this? Did he violate the law to do this? And I think it's an important question as well. Hal says, okay, so Hal has a few things here. I would say Hal says to me, watch it again, this time without your presupposition. You're completely misunderstood his mention of crypto. You somehow missed the potential problems. What are the potential problems of AI? It's real simple, Hal. Forget about me looking at it again. You're taking Jeff Jackson's side and saying, well, there's a problem. Okay, what's the problem? What is the potential danger of AI that is not being addressed by something already? No, forget about what he says in the video. I'm asking you. You watched the video. You said, Mike, you don't understand. Fantastic. Explain it to me. It's that simple. You tell me how. What is the problem that is being suggested by Jeff Jackson that isn't already existing in the world, that doesn't already have a solution in the world? Please tell me what that is. It's that simple. No, this is as simple how I understand what he said in the video. I heard the video. I see what he's doing in the video. I've explained that. You're telling me, Mike, but there's something else. Okay, what is it? It's that simple. What is it? Okay, so I don't see that I'm wrong. I've made my case. I've made my case very, very clear. To tell me, oh, but watch it again, I did. Look at it again, I did. Understand it again, I did. I've understood it several times. I've listened to it several times. I've analyzed it several times. And again, there's nothing new on there. There's nothing that justifies what he's suggesting, what he is inferring. It's not justified. It's not justifiable. It is a means by which to censor people. And if I am misunderstanding that, tell me how. This is my direct request of Jeff Jackson. Tell me how. Because he's not. And when I look him up to try and find out if there's any other discussion about this, there isn't. He isn't talking about this anywhere else. I would have pulled up the article if I could. I couldn't find him saying anything else. Graham says, does Jeff Jackson have a policy prescription for what we should do when AI and robots begin replacing American workers? I've heard we're about 5 years away from this happening. I understand the argument, and a lot of people have had this concern. There's actually a Luddite reaction or backlash about AI replacing people. Jeff Jackson, as far as I'm aware, does not. But there are many people who are worried about that. And the ideology from the idea from the progressives is that by having more menial labor handled by robots and AI, this will free up people to pursue the humanities, to pursue art and poetry and expanding their minds, and to not have to worry about the hard labor instead. So that's the answer we get from people, that you're going to retrain all the people who are doing the hard labor to go on to do, I don't know, coding or to become artists and actors and that kind of thing. Is that realistic? I don't believe so. I do not believe that's an appropriate answer. And I don't think that we should have everything transfer over. In fact, there is a movement of people going into handcrafted. There's more of a move towards artisanship, that's the word I want, where handcrafted woodworking, having someone craft something by hand is more important and more valuable, and I think that's going to become more likely. But they've been saying that literally the argument about machinery and technology replacing humans has been around since the 1900s. Hell, they thought the cotton gin would be replacing people, and it did. It replaced slaves. It basically made them not cost effective, or even less cost effective than they were. So we've been having this argument for about 100 years now in America. To an extent, it's true. And to an extent, we adjust to it. The question is, do we really trust it? Here's my problem. Can we have AI doing labor? Yes. As an example, trucking. Do I trust AI to drive a truck? No. No, I do not. Theoretically, an AI can run a truck and drive it from point A to point B. I think it can. Do I trust it? No. I want a human being in that truck. I want a human being that has override capabilities. Why? Because computers cannot understand the nuances of life. They can't. They understand things as black and white. It's yes or no. I don't care how advanced the computer is. I don't care how fast it thinks. It always comes down to a yes-no answer. It's always white or black. There is no gray. There's always an absolute yes or no, 1 or 0 answer. That's a computer. And I don't want computers involved with sole discretion over things that are nuanced in life. That would mean working with heavy machinery. That would mean making things in factories. That would mean transportation, like trucking. Absolutely in terms of healthcare and other aspects of human life. I do not trust them to do this all on their own. Not that they're not capable of doing some of this, but I have restrictions on what I believe is appropriate with AI. And I think with computers in general, with robots in general, I think it's something that we should be aware of and afraid of or concerned about. I'm not a Luddite. I'm not saying that we have to give up on all technology, but I am saying that we should always have human oversight and intervention, because computers aren't human beings. They don't see the world in the shades of gray that human beings do. They see the world as black and white. That's dangerous. That's potentially damaging. Does that make sense, Graham? And I think people like Jeff Jackson out of North Carolina are abusing that reality, that black and white outlook, that they're using the nuances of being human and the nuances of how people may try and communicate, and he's using that against them, saying that that's something you should be afraid of, that's something you should fear, that you have to obey, that you have to blindly obey or else. And that the only person, the only thing that can help you, that can protect you, is the government. I'm sorry. Government doesn't protect people. Look at the ERA movement. Look at the affirmative action movement. Look at all these programs. They don't help people. The government isn't helping anyone. It's just made sure that they're more dependent. Black people aren't being helped. They're being told that you have to depend on the government. You have to depend on this political faction to keep getting free stuff so the government can take care of you because you're not capable of doing it yourself. Women are told that they need to support a faction because they're not capable enough to do it themselves. Government has to do it for them. It's a way of infantilizing human beings. Graham says, do you think our society will continue to heavily organize itself around the accumulation of capital, or is that more likely a new paradigm will emerge? Do you think? Well, let me answer that. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, Graham, human beings accumulate stuff, whether it's capital or anything else. Resources are capital. So humanity is based on accumulating stuff: food, housing, whether those houses are made out of stone or whether they're made out of sticks or they're made out of cement. Food, whether it's coming out of a vending machine or whether it's coming from a farm directly. It doesn't matter. We are social creatures that communally gather. Same thing as ants, same thing as bees. Will that ever stop? No. There is no new paradigm. We will do it in different ways. We will do it more or less efficiently, but we will always accumulate stuff. We will always have areas that we build on. Yeah, I caught you were saying accumulation of capital. I got that. But no, we're always going to accumulate stuff. It's not just capital, it's resources. It's, it's whether you want to call it capital or resources, same thing. We're always going to accumulate stuff. We always have, we always will. It's part of being human. Just like bees, just like ants, just like termites. It's nothing new. It's not a strange thing. Every animal does that. We will do it too. So people who keep telling you, well, it's a new paradigm and we're going to do things entirely. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're human beings. No, we're not. These are intrinsic genetic answers by human beings. We don't change that. Because to change that would mean you aren't a human being. Then you become a robot. Joe Colton wrote a book, The Coming of Neo-Feudalism. We are already in. Joe Colton may be saying that we're going towards neo-feudalism. I've been saying that you can go back to, 2015, 2016. I consider many of the Democrats out there, the progressives out there, they are neo-nobles. I've been saying that for a long time. Well before 2020. This is not new. We see people like Nancy Pelosi. We see people like Mitch McConnell, like Chuck Schumer. They've been in office, Maxine Waters, they've been in office for 30, 40 years apiece. And they no longer ask the public. They tell the public, this is what they're going to do because it's good for you. You're going to obey. That's the conversations that they have with the public. We have been in this neo-feudalism for a long time. And you've heard me say on this program, long before 2020, that they are treating the public like serfs, like peons, that you are slaves, that you are back in the Middle Ages. So I think he's right. But this has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with It has nothing to do with Trump. It has nothing to do with the current political climate. It's something that's been happening since the 70s that I'm aware of. But I thank you for asking that question, Graham. And again, I hope that someone from Jeff Jackson's team will respond. I'm looking forward to it. I want to hear his answer because he, at this moment, is an abusive politician. He is a neo-noble. He is pushing a political agenda. He is abusing his power. And I think he is wrong. And I would love to hear him explain why I'm wrong. I would love to hear his staff or any of his supporters explain how I am wrong, because I haven't heard it yet. And I haven't seen him address that yet. And I want to understand, did he decide that he could break the law, break the ban from the Biden-Harris administration, something that many people in Congress agree with, to go on to TikTok, something that he knows and has been proven to be abusive against American people. He went on to, he has endangered his supporters. We know that TikTok is being used by the Chinese government to try and access information about American citizens. And this member of Congress went onto TikTok which would then make every one of his supporters and his constituents and American citizens potentially targets of the Chinese government and its efforts to collect metadata on American citizens. He has endangered American citizens. This is Jeff Jackson for you. He's so busy trying to push his message that he's endangering American citizens, and he didn't care. That's why he went on TikTok. Look at the levels of this, the many problems of what he did, and no one in the news media wants to talk to you about it. He may have violated bans coming from the left about TikTok. He is ignoring the warnings that have come out of congressional hearings, both in the Senate and in the House, that have said and identified that TikTok is abusing American citizens. So he decides to go onto TikTok to talk about AI, endangering American citizens as he tries to fearmonger people about AI. Wow, Jeff Jackson, you are a special, special kind of snowflake. At least in my opinion. I don't know. Obviously, a lot of people are aware. Moving on from that. I mean, I'm more than happy to talk about this, but let's move on for a moment. I'm sure everyone heard about the Supreme Court, that they're supporting the Biden administration in limiting immigration arrests, ruling against the states. I'm not very happy about that. But Friday, the Supreme Court cleared the way. So they're going to reinstate laws that instruct immigration, ICE, to focus on deportation. I don't mind. Let's deport people. The court found that Texas and Louisiana, 2 states that challenged the administration's guidance, lacked standing. Okay. The ruling was 8-1. Just Samuel Alito dissented. It's a victory for the Biden administration. Here's the thing. I don't care that the Supreme Court they don't pick sides in terms of presidents. Is it constitutional? Is it not? That's the only thing. Do I always agree with them? Not necessarily. But I love how the news media is trying to make this about Biden. When the Supreme Court does something they don't like, they're attacking American citizens. That's according. Remember, this is the same news media that's telling us that the Supreme Court is biased, that they can be bought, that they're corrupt. This is the same news media that's been telling us all that. It's now telling us, well, they're on Biden's side. See, they're supporting Biden. They picked Biden's side. No. It's the same Supreme Court that's been doing the same thing they've been doing, which is saying, is it constitutional? Is it not? Do the states have standing to make the argument? They didn't say it was the bad argument. They didn't say that this is or isn't possible. They said that Texas and Louisiana don't have the right to make the argument that they're trying to make. That's constitutional. That's an entirely different conversation. They're not picking Biden's side. They're saying the Constitution doesn't give the states the power that they think they had. That has nothing to do with Biden. But look at the headline. Supreme Court allows Biden administration to limit illegal alien arrests, ruling against the states. So, no, they didn't vote for illegal immigration. They voted about whether a state had the right to make the argument. It's a big difference. And they're playing games with people. Again, this is the news media, again, propagandizing. They're propagandizing. See, it's about Joe Biden. Joe Biden wins. Joe Biden's victory. Joe Biden good. Vote for Joe Biden in 2024. That's not what was at risk. That's not what the case was about. That's not what the decision was about. Totally different issue. But they're looking for wins wherever they can get them. They're trying to attack the opponents of the Biden administration. They're trying to make you think that Joe Biden is a better president than he is. And they're failing. They are failing on this, I believe. It's just like when we look at New York City. Now, just for a quick message, as I said, I was in the Bronx this week. As I mentioned before, we are transferring the entire company. I'm losing my home, and I'm going over to New York City temporarily. We will continue doing the show from there. Part of that preparations, I was in New York City for various meetings and to try and prepare some of the setup for the transition, which will be happening in July. And I was there, and I got to see the Bronx. I got to see the Bronx after 25 years of progressive ideology, after Democrats, the single party control over New York State, decided to change the Bronx. They took the Bronx from a middle class neighborhood and turned it into, well, I'll show you right here. This is what I had to say.
What you're seeing right now, everything that's live in the Bronx. This is about our elections. This is about who's going to be in control and what they're going to do once they do get in control. Because as we can see, the modernization, the diversity and equity that took place here in the Bronx, you know what you're going to see as I'm walking on by? You're going to see on every single block a weed dispensary. Legal weed is in every single block in the Bronx. This is over by Gun Hill Road that I grew up in 25. I haven't been home in 25 years. I grew up here 50 years ago, and I can tell you, none of this existed. This was a middle-class neighborhood. This was a neighborhood filled with, well, everyone, but we didn't have this. It looks like a ghetto. It is a ghetto now because you have low quality, cheap goods, no diversity, no advancement. Everything is quick, easy, and it gives you no escape, no advancement. And that's what 2024 is about. Because
So I wanted to let you see that. Now, this was, again, the video that was suppressed by YouTube. This is the video that you could not see fully, at least back on June 20th. The same day that it came out, they were hiding this from the public. They were suppressing this so that you could spend an hour trying to get past the buffer to be able to see what was actually being said. Something that I think was being done on this channel earlier today in this very same live stream, where they were buffering and trying to get people to get discouraged and to go away. YouTube has yet to explain why the buffer was over an hour. It was going on for more than an hour on a business internet connection that was active. They still have no answer. They won't respond. They got the message. They saw the tweet. They won't answer it. And so why was I talking about the Bronx? This is what we are seeing from progressive politics, and it is spreading. It is reaching out more and more. As people are leaving New York State, they're going to other states, and many of these Democrats are bringing these ideas with them. And some of these ideas, including equity, are destroying our neighborhoods. In the neighborhood that I grew up in, we saw that they used to have a church, a bakery, there was a butcher store, there was a couple of lawyers' offices, they had 2 movie theaters. This is what I grew up with. This was in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s. They had a couple of supermarkets. This is in the same 7-block street of Boston Road, of US 1. And you could go 7 blocks and you would be able to get all of that in 7 blocks, as well as a hardware store that was there, jewelry store that was there. Yes, there was a liquor store that was there. 2 pharmacies that were in the neighborhood. There was 2 furniture stores in the neighborhood. There was a shoe store, a cobbler to fix your shoes. This was the Bronx 50, 40, even 35 years ago. What's there now? There is approximately 1 to 2 bodegas on every single street corner. There is no supermarket. There are just bodegas of different sizes, but no supermarket. So you're not really getting fresh food. You're not getting access to different types of foods. You're getting bodegas, which are more expensive. And in every single one of the bodegas, you can't even find cigarettes. It's very hard to find cigarettes, which are overpriced in New York City because of all the taxes they're putting on there. but you can find weed, legal weed, in every single store. There are at least 2, if not 3 dispensaries on every single block. There are mobile trucks, which I show in the video, mobile trucks that will bring the weed to you. That these are illegal. There are drug dealers in front of every single one of those dispensaries to sell people illegal weed, even though they can buy legal weed. Now you would say, well, this is a good thing. Weed is legal. And what happened to the community? It has gone down. It has depreciated. Both the income of the community, the amount of businesses in the community, and the morality in the community have all dropped. Significantly dropped. And I think that's important for people to understand. That they go hand in hand. Yes, we have more drugs. Why are there more drugs? Because people won't notice they don't have supermarkets anymore. They don't have movie theaters anymore. They don't have a bakery anymore. They don't have a butcher shop anymore. They don't have lawyers anymore. There is no upward mobility. There is nothing for the kids to look forward to. They increased massively, exponentially increased the number of low-income housing. You know why? Because no one's making money anymore. Because there is nothing upwardly mobile. People are becoming more dependent in the Bronx on the government and free handouts and low-income housing, not the upward mobility to move into, to maintain and not just stay in the middle class, but to go from middle class to upper class. That doesn't exist anymore. That's why we're seeing crime has increased exponentially in that same neighborhood. As everything fell apart, crime increased, but they have more and more poor people and they shoved them all together, building more of these complexes, these low-income housing units, and everything has fallen apart. You don't gain anything from that. They built in 2 more motels. 2 motels. There was one motel for 50 years. There was one motel. And then they added, in the last 10 years, they added 2 more motels. And I hear they're about to make another one, a third, just for illegal aliens. Think about that. They're just adding more. Why are they adding more for illegal aliens? Because as according to the New York Post, there are 98,000 illegal aliens that are in shelters and under the taxpayer system in New York City. That 48,000, almost 50,000 of the people living in shelters are illegal aliens, and they are still coming. That 13,000 were added in the last month. Over 2,200 arrived in the last week. It costs at least $1.6 to $3.9 billion. This is the problem. This is why the Bronx is being filled with hotels and, more importantly, motels with illegal aliens that are criminals breaking our law. And we are destroying our neighborhoods. We are destroying the income. They're not doing this they didn't do this in Astoria. I was in Queens. I was in Astoria. I was in Bayside, Queens. They didn't do that there, but they're doing it in the Bronx. And I have to ask you why. Why aren't they adding motels into Astoria? Why? Because those are middle-class communities that remain middle-class communities. You can go and get a bakery. You can go to a bakery. You can go to a butcher. You can go and get those amenities that are uplifting in your life. You can't do that in the Bronx. You can't do that. Graham mentions, if those shops were not selling cannabis, do you think they would be selling tobacco instead? Do you think the poverty naturally attracts vices that numb the pain? And that's a great question, Graham, and the answer is yes. First of all, yes, they used to sell tobacco, and it's hard to find now because it's too expensive. But yeah, they used to sell cigarettes, and they still sell beer. So that's not new. But yes, when people live in poverty, no one likes to live in poverty. And by the way, American poverty isn't poverty around the world. Let's be clear. If you're in poverty in America, you have more money than 60% of the world. You're living a higher quality of life in America and poor than anywhere else in the world. So let's understand, American poverty isn't really poverty. But in America, if you are in poverty, then yeah, it's not pleasant. It's not happy. It's not fun to know that you can't get things that other people get, that you can't live the quality of life that other people live. And so you could go around in the neighborhood, and I actually had people tell me, Mike, don't talk about the Bronx in such a negative way, because I live here and I got to live with this. And I understand it. Yeah, you got to live with it. It's true. And you want to find the silver lining in it. And the people in the community are looking at the benefits. Well, at least I have cannabis, I have marijuana, so, it's not that bad. And, there are at least 12 different hair care product stores that are in the community, so I can have my hair look good, so I can look good, not be good, not be better, but to look good, to have that outer shell of looking okay. And yeah, every single business, at 5 o'clock, every single gate goes down and the entire place looks like a prison complex. It looks like a construction yard with all the gates that are on every single business, because crime is that high, because people are concerned about the amount of crime in the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood you could walk around for the, first 30 years of my life, and you never have to worry about day or night whether or not there's any crime. You never had to worry about someone assaulting you. It would never happen. We had police that would regularly walk through the neighborhood. The police now don't even show up. They're not there. They don't care. It's not one of the things they take care of. There was a park, I showed in the video, that YouTube was trying to suppress. It's inside a projects, inside of the projects complex. And it's real simple. It's a little baseball field, and they used to have a little wading pool, and they have a couple of monkey bars for kids in that community, in that project, to be able to play in. It's not much of a park, and everyone used to be there. You could play basketball, you could play baseball, real simple. It was open to the public. Now it has security guards and gates, and it's closed off during the night. You can't go in there. Why? Drugs. The wading pool was taken out. Why? Because safety concerns. Because they don't want to maintain it. You lost freedom, you lost expression, and you lost safety. So yeah, the reason why drugs are so rampant in the Bronx is because people don't want to look at what they have to deal with. The fact that everything is falling apart around them, that they're not getting any benefit. There used to be 4 banks in that neighborhood. In that same exact stretch of road, there used to be 4 banks. Now there's 1. Think about that. Think about the things they have lost. The community, the things that brought people together. Not just churches, not just movie theaters, but bakery stores, butcher stores, furniture stores, shoe stores, the banks. These are things that bring people together in a community, that make you care about that community, that make people want to be in that community. And it's been replaced by a bunch of bodegas and a bunch of weed, both legal and illegal, people selling weed, drugs, to make you forget about how bad things are. We've got people who are lining up Boston Road, US 1, that are using the side of the street as their garage to try and to fix cars. These are all done by illegal aliens. Oh yeah, that makes me think that this is my home. This makes me feel more like it's part of my community. That makes me feel more connected. We have a bunch of hotels that are dedicated to nothing but illegal aliens, people who are criminals who broke the law to get into this nation, that is paid for by taxpayer dollars, which is helping to keep the Bronx poor. And there's going to be more. They are building more of these shelters as we speak, as being reported. They are building more to be able to house more illegal aliens, to increase the amount of poverty. And it's not just in the Bronx, because they are exporting these people also to Rockland County. They are exporting them throughout New York State and into other states. And I'm not surprised, I'm not shocked that YouTube, Facebook, Twitter do not want people to see this. They do not want you to have this conversation. They don't want you to recognize this. They are desperate and adamant to make sure that you cannot realize that equity and the progressive ideology and, it's calling illegal aliens undocumented workers and giving them homes paid for by taxpayers is not to your benefit. They don't want you to see the neighborhoods and say, hey, 50 years ago, this was a great place to live. Today, it's not. They don't want you to, most people don't even realize it. I mean, Graham says 50 years is a long time. Not that long. My lifetime. It's not that long. He goes on to say, I have baby boomer relatives in New York who tell me that New York City and the boroughs are unrecognizable. I'll tell you that they're unrecognizable versus 25 years ago. Now, I know if you're 20, it sounds like a really long time. It's more than your entire lifetime. I can tell you in my lifetime, it's not that long. And it's fallen apart hard. Yeah, these are the problems that we're seeing. It is demoralizing. And it's really demoralizing because I believe the people in the community, people who've been there for a while, and most people are not people who've been there for the last 50 years, that have family that have been there throughout the entire time. Most of the people that I grew up with, the adults and my peers, they all moved out of New York. Almost all my peers have left New York City. They sold their houses, they gave up their apartments, they left. They took their kids and themselves and they moved, whether it's in North Carolina, Arizona, California. They moved all over the place, but they got out of New York. I'm not surprised. So there's very few people who've actually been there long enough to be able to say, I know what this used to look like. But there are enough people who are there for the last 20 years that can say, hey, wait a minute. On that corner, there used to be a pharmacy. Now there's a weed dispensary. You know what? Across the street, there used to be a bingo hall. Now they have instead a bodega. Gee, that's not a step up. Gee, there are people who've been there in the last 25 years that said, there used to be gates on the jewelry store. That had gates, which makes sense. Now every business has gates up because crime has increased. And throughout that entire process, we are hearing from politician after politician saying, it's okay, this is perfectly normal, this is fine, that you should be used to it and you should just accept it, that it's all right. Including people like this one. This is Pamela Hamilton Johnson. And her big thing that she is looking to do is she wants to be elected because she's a woman. That's her big thing. She's like, oh, we'll get you jobs. There's nothing to work for. All the jobs are low-income service jobs. There's no uplifting jobs, just enough to keep you in poverty. Youth programs. The youth are in gangs. There's no youth programs because the community used to have places for the youth to gather at. We used to have parks. We used to have after-school programs. We don't got that anymore because the neighborhood doesn't exist anymore. Save our small businesses. Oh yeah, there's plenty of small businesses if you want to be a bodega or you want to sell hair care products or you want to sell weed. There's jobs for that. That's the small businesses in the community. But if you're talking about lawyers or tax preparation, if you're talking about movie theaters, if you're talking about travel agencies, you're talking about furniture stores, none of that exists. Everything else is corporate. Education is down. You know, it's amazing to me. There was a Catholic school, St. James, that's there in the community. They used to have a yard in front of the Catholic school. And the kids in the Catholic school would play in the yard during the day. They took two-thirds of that yard, now is a car lot. A car lot. And the kids have almost no space. There's a problem. Public safety, Again, everyone's afraid of public safety. Everyone's afraid of being out after dark. Everyone's afraid of the gangs and crime. And she says, at the end of all of that, vote for the first female. She put it in red. She made it bold so that you would go, and what's her thing? Elect black women. Vote for the first female councilwoman. What the hell is that about? Who cares? Why is that the important thing? And you are seeing this message across the United States. I'm pointing it out in the Bronx because no one else will. That she is pointing this out at the same time that this message is right next to a weed dispensary. And as I took this picture, the people who are on the exact right behind me, a bunch of drug dealers. And she's talking about, vote for me because I'm a black woman. How does that improve jobs, youth programs? How does that save small businesses? How does that improve education or public safety? None of that has to do with her being black or a woman. That is immaterial. But you're supposed to do it because she's a Democrat, and because if you don't, you're a racist sexist. Because she said, I'm a black woman, so you must vote for her. She's a black woman Democrat. You must vote for her. You must vote for Pamela Hamilton Jackson, which has nothing to do with education or jobs or youth or small business. It has nothing to do with that, because her just being a woman and being black doesn't improve any of that. In fact, her being a Democrat is the reason why there are no jobs, why the community went from a middle-class neighborhood into a low-income neighborhood. It's the Democrat policies that created this problem. And she's saying, excuse me, and she's busy saying that rather than addressing the problems, just deal with the superficial issues. Just vote for her because she's black and a woman. Does that make sense to anyone? Graham says that one reason so many illegal aliens have been allowed to flow into the United States is that our ruling class wants a new peasant serf class to fill undesirable manual jobs. To an extent, that's true. But it's more than that. The reason why they want them here, besides you can give them any job and they're going to get paid better and work less hard than in their home nations. As you could work as hard as you want in the United States, but you're never going to have to need to work as hard as you would in, say, Venezuela, as an example. So, and you're going to live a higher quality of life for you and your kids, even though it may be substandard. Again, poverty in the United States isn't poverty in the world. You're going to live supremely better as a illegal alien in the United States than you will in Venezuela or in Cuba or in Panama, as an example, or Angola. So they're happy to be here. And because they're going to have a higher quality of life and their kids are going to have an even easier life than the adults have had, then the answer is, well, now you have to vote Democrat. You have to vote these elected officials in to maintain that easy, higher quality life. This is why they want the illegal aliens in. The idea is, well, they're going to vote Democrat because they have no other choice. Because the Republicans won't give them all this free stuff. The Republicans won't treat them like this. The Republicans are going to say, you need to be an American citizen. You need to get out of the country. We're not going to give you a bunch of free stuff. So since the Republicans will take away all the quality of life, the reasons why they illegally entered the United States, they're going to vote for Democrats. They are subservient. Thus, this is where the serf-peasant and neo-noble relationship is established. Because they can never not vote for a Democrat, because the alternative, a conservative, will take away everything that they have. In fact, will kick them out and send them back to Venezuela, so they have to start the process again. So yeah, they're just a tool. It's really sad when you think about it. It's really sad that we even have these weed stores. And I notice, again, Pamela Hamilton Johnson doesn't care. She doesn't care. Notice she doesn't mention weed. She doesn't mention drugs. She's not talking about that. One of the biggest factors in leading to crime, one of the biggest factors of this being a low-income community now, is drugs. And she has nothing to say about it. She has nothing. That is not on her public safety. It's not even public safety. She doesn't want to address drugs. Why? Because her party's the ones who put the drugs in New York City, that put the drugs in the Bronx. They legalized weed. Then they allowed people to open up a weed shop on every single block, in every single bodega. She's part of the problem. She and her party are the reason why people are experiencing more crime and having lower jobs because of drugs. And she doesn't want to address that at all. So Graham, when you say it's interesting how much money the state gets from the regulation on weed stores, that's not the problem I'm worried about. The problem I'm worried about is they're destroying the neighborhoods, and they know it, and they don't want to admit it. They won't even address it. It's not even a concern that you can talk to them about, because they're like, oh, don't, that doesn't matter. People have a right to get high. People should be able to get high as often, as much as they want to. And if you want to tell me that that's not affecting kids, you are blind. Walk through the neighborhood in the Bronx. Please, you don't have to believe me. Walk through the neighborhood, smell the air, look at the kids. You can't tell me kids aren't being affected by this. And their answer is, what else is there? They have nothing to look forward to. They look up and down the street, and all they see, hair salons, weed stores, and illegal aliens sleeping in the middle of the streets and just living in taxpayer-paid motels and low-income housing. That's all they see. There's nothing uplifting. Users Band says, the Democrats have done a good job building up false platitudes that stack them into being able to say, I'm a member of an oppressed group. And their base gets all of that in one slogan. Yeah, it's all about keeping people in poverty. It's all about that one simple thing. It's really sad. I mean, it's truly and absolutely sad and upsetting when I look at it. It's an abuse. It is absolutely an abuse of people. Graham says, do we care about the kids being negatively affected by cigarette smoke as much as weed smoke? I'm not as worried about. Here's the thing I have. I'm a smoker. I don't blow smoke in people's faces. Okay? There's certain commonality, common courtesy. Don't blow smoke in people's faces. Okay, fantastic. Kids want, and they are taught, that there is, weed is psychoactive. It's a psychoactive drug. Breathing in weed smoke affects your mind. It's psychoactive. Even secondhand contact will make you high, and it will give you a psychoactive reaction. Am I more worried about having the ability for a kid to breathe in secondhand weed smoke? Yes. Why? Because that's a psychoactive. Cigarettes? Not so much. But by the way, as user has been banned, I'm already restricted on that. The problem isn't really whether or not they're going to be around cigarette smoke. That's almost eliminated. It's psychoreactive in that weed smoke affects your ability to think and perceive information. Tobacco, nicotine, is basically an upper. It's basically like cocaine. It's like a amphetamine. It's amphetamine. It basically increases the circulatory responses. Makes you burn off. It's one of the reasons why people, if they stop smoking, they gain weight. Your metabolism goes down. It increases your metabolism. That's tobacco. But when I say psychoactive, stimulant, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Jason. It's a stimulant. That's tobacco. But when you look at weed, it's not a stimulant. One, it's a depressant. And two, it alters the way that you think. Very different impact. So I've never told anyone you should smoke cigarettes. You've never heard me say that on this channel. In fact, you've heard me say it to many people many times. Don't smoke. It costs a lot of money and it's not worth it. I am addicted to cigarettes. Absolutely. I have no problem saying that. Should you just smoke weed? No. It's all natural. That has nothing to do with it. So is tobacco. Well, it's good for you. No, it's not. No, it's not. Anything that's psychoactive isn't good for you. Anything that is changing the way that your mind thinks literally changes the way that you understand information coming in and out. It actually depresses your ability to communicate. That's not good. Yes, you feel good, but that doesn't mean you are good. Again, we're placating people by feeling good instead of being good. And again, just look at the neighborhoods. Just look at the differences. And again, looking in New York, look at the difference between Astoria and the Bronx. Look at the Gun Hill Road area. Look at the difference between Bayside, Queens, and the Gun Hill area in Boston Road, in Gun Hill, in the Bronx. There's a world of difference. They don't have weed dispensaries on every block, in every corner in Queens. They do in the Bronx. Where's the higher income? Says a lot. Let's see. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? How's your living doing down there?
Well, I'm back in Broome County this
really?
week. Yeah, I was down for a week, and I'm back because I'm still moving. Everything is still transitioning.
Okay.
But the transition's coming along.
That's good. Well, yeah, you were talking about, marijuana regulations and all that other stuff. I just kind of like toned in right now. I've been around doing all this stuff today, but I just wanted to talk about some of the reaction, to our governor and the way that basically she's been coming down on the enforcement of the illegal marijuana, stores, and her perspective on that, and how harsh words and tone that she actually uses, to the individuals that are, selling this stuff. And, I see massive irony in the way that this is being handled, because it's like, prior, to the legalization of, marijuana, the tone to those who actually were selling it illegally were treated with kid gloves, 100%. But now you can have, and most of it was pointed to the fact that, Democrats like her, were pointing to people who she saw, all people who were selling marijuana happen to be black. And now you have the same situations happening where, irregardless of who's actually selling, that, marijuana now out of these illegal stores, are being, the book is being thrown at them, far harder than she would have ever have done, to anybody before, prior to it being actually legalized.
Well, not quite. By the way, this is legal for them to sell it in these dispensaries. The bodegas, not so much, but they're kind of quasi-legal to do it. So they're not necessarily breaking the law. The drug dealers outside the dispensaries are just as much a criminal as they used to be. The police don't care. The police know this. They see this every day. They don't care. They don't arrest anyone. That's a fact. I've watched it. Watched the police drive right on past. They don't care. Could care less. That's a problem. Because that's saying that crime is okay. That's one of the consequences that we're seeing, which is why crime is so high. Do you see what I mean?
You mean you're talking about the police, just a lack of enforcement of different laws that are on the books?
Yes.
Yeah, and that just happens to be just because they're completely, totally overwhelmed by, all the crime that's happening, and they have to be
No,
selective.
they're not overwhelmed. They're not acting on it because it's not politically efficient, because the DA is going to waive the crime. The criminal, due to bail reform, is going to be right back out. As soon as they get charged, they're going to be back out.
All right, so they basically they don't enforce laws that the DA isn't going to prosecute.
That's part of it, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where, again, you're electing these DAs, you're electing officials, in those positions, and if they don't do it, then basically the police department, they're just, they're gonna do what,
Well, it's a waste of their time.
Yeah.
It's a waste of their time. You would literally be able to fill every jail just going through 7 blocks of the Bronx, because it's that pervasive. It is that easy to find people who are abusing the law or breaking the law outright. It's open. It's not like anyone's hiding this. Literally, again, there are illegal aliens. I literally counted, and I shown the video. You can see in the video several illegal aliens that are on US 1. That's Boston Road, the main street. Literally goes all the way to Boston, all the way down to DC. And you could see a half dozen, easily, at least a half dozen, I stopped counting after a half dozen, illegal aliens that are using the side of the road as a mechanic shop. And every one of them are illegal aliens. You could walk up and down that street and arrest every single one of them. They don't. Why? That's a problem. They should be arresting them. They shouldn't allow them to do that. That's not what the public street is for. So they allow that crime. If they're allowing that crime, what's the next crime they allow?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, the other question is too is that are illegals able to get away with more crimes than the general population?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes, because they are. Because they're doing it. We have the evidence. I have photos. I have video. I have my eyewitness view. And I advise anyone, you don't think so? Go into Brooklyn, go into the Bronx, walk around. It is that obvious. So the answer to that is yes. Starting with the first crime, you're an illegal alien. You broke into America. You're not supposed to be here. And yet we're paying for you to live in a hotel. There's a problem. You can't say, oh, they're not getting away with crimes. They're part of the community. We're spending $3.9 billion just in New York City alone to be able to put illegal aliens in a hotel. They're criminals. They're not supposed to be in hotels. They're not supposed to be part of our communities. How can we say they're not being rewarded for committing crime? Therefore, why would anyone not commit the crime? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know how law enforcement actually deals with that situation at all. You have just an influx of people, who are illegal that are breaking the law. And so the thing is, there's two things they have to deal with. And, it's like, okay, so the question is that, okay, once they arrest them for, the crime that they committed, and then what do they do about their illegal status on top of that? It's like, okay, we're just going to ignore that.
Well, New York City, like New York State, is a sanctuary city. So they will not turn them over to the federal government to be prosecuted for the law. They're breaking the law. New York City breaks the law every day.
Yeah, that's is crazy right there, is because you've already got a proven fact that you have an antisocial person who's illegal in there, and New York City refuses to work with the federal government at any sort of immigration enforcement. And so the easiest solution to the problem would be, irregardless of what the crime that the illegal commits, would just basically be able to turn them over to the federal government and then have them, deal with them. Well, then the other question is too, is right now, what is the federal government actually doing with illegals once they do actually get them and their criminals?
Theoretically, they deport them.
Okay, so
Theoretically.
so then there would be an easy solution to actually get rid of, criminal illegals out of New York City.
But they're
you're
all
telling me
criminals.
that-
Wait a minute. Let's make sure we see. This is the way they
Well,
get
okay,
the
yeah,
wording
yeah.
in.
What
They're
I'm-
all
okay.
criminals.
Yeah, they're all. What I'm saying is that they actually committed, a crime that is besides for the fact that they were actually there illegally, and so instead of, again, being able to easily, enforce the law in a way that, saves them massive amounts of money by basically just turning them over to the federal government rather than putting them through their own legal system, they're choosing to, not do anything and just completely just release them back on the street. You're telling me?
Yeah,
Yeah, that is insane if that's the fact.
that is the fact. Again, the evidence is there. I mean, I have a video showing the evidence. I can walk you through, and again, anyone can walk through the Bronx. You'll see it for yourself. The evidence is eminently there in front of you. The news media does not want to address this. They do not want to show this, which is why they don't. This is one of the reasons why local news media has been shut down and everything's gone to regional, so that it can edit out these stories. And it's happening, even though it's very apparent in the Bronx, it's happening in places like Broome County. It's happening in Oneida. It's happening in Cortland. It's happening throughout New York. It's happening in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio. It's happening in Baltimore. It's happening across this nation. It's just really easy to see in New York City because it's so many people. It's so obvious when you walk into it. But it's happening across this nation. And that's the problem. Because we're seeing this. This is the answer in California. This is the answer in New Jersey and in Ohio and Pennsylvania. That these sanctuary cities and these sanctuary states are doing the same exact thing, and they're having the same exact results. Same thing in Philadelphia is a great example. It's kind of,
Right.
It's terrifying when you think about it.
Yeah, and there's no end, in sight for them to correct their policy either, at this point. But, on the other side, it actually further incentivizes the actual movement of illegals into the city, because the thing is that if they know that the sanctuary cities are, going to handle illegals with kid gloves, irregardless of their behavior, then why would you not continue to want to go to these places? And so, they complain all the time where they want to move people, like you got the mayor there in New York City wants to drop a bunch of people, up to upstate New York, but being a person who's illegal, who's given an opportunity to go anywhere in the country once they enter into Texas, and Abbott basically says, hey, where you want to go? I mean, why wouldn't you still want to go to, New York City?
Why wouldn't you want to go to California or any of the other sanctuary cities?
Yeah.
And that's why.
They're not going to hurt you. I mean, they're not going to enforce laws. I mean, if you really get hungry or desperate or something like that, you just basically just walk into a place and steal what you want, and then you're good to go.
Well, think about it. It's as reported, and this has been well reported. Mayor Adams is begging the Biden administration for $4.5 billion taxpayer dollars. $4.5 billion. His answer to the problem is spend more money. Even though, and because we're spending more and more money on these illegal aliens, they have no reason not to come, because he spends $4.5 billion this year and puts them all in hotels and builds more motels to put them in communities that never asked for them. Why wouldn't you come and bring your brother, your sister, your uncles, everyone you know? It's almost criminal for the illegal aliens not to do that. So this year you spend $4.5 billion, next year you'll spend $5.4, and so on and so on. You'll never spend less because there's no reason for them not to keep coming.
Well, the question I have is that if, in fact, Biden did give him the money, where would that money come from, and where would Biden need approval to give him that money?
The money would come from your pocket. It's part of the spending. It's the reason why we're having $35 trillion as a national debt ceiling. We spend more money. We just print more money, which is inflationary, which means it hurts you and it hurts the poor people. The people in the Bronx become more and more poor because they're spending more and more money they don't have on these illegal aliens that don't deserve what they're getting. So that's your first problem. What programs are they coming from? Everything from education to immigration services.
I don't understand how Biden himself, granted he's executive, but how could he, just where would he be able to move money, from one program to another? Because I know, like with military and some other things, like Trump was able to try to, build the wall, using part of the military budget at one point, because he had power to do that. But I'm not sure exactly how Biden, where he would actually be able to pull money from. Like, would it be like, some sort of emergency fund or something like FEMA, or I don't know.
Well, it would be the Department of Education. You got to pay for all the kids that are there. You have to have health services. The Department of Homeland Security would be another department that they get the money from. There are over 100 different agencies in the United States government. The fact of having places to find money to put it, or find somewhere to allocate the money from, is easy. We have 100 different agencies that you can distribute money from. He doesn't have, that's not his problem. The problem is, where's the money? Well, he's just printing money. And that's part of modern monetary theory. He just prints more money. And that money is then just distributed. So it's easy to do this because the system is built to make it more easy. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Did I make myself clear?
No, I mean, I get the gist. I mean, I understand how basically the government itself continues to print, money to finance itself. But I still would think that at some point there has to be approval from the House, that's, funding the government. And the question is that what government agencies, are going to have additional money where he could, basically filter that
All
out
of them.
to actually pay for these problems.
Look at the last budget hearing. All of them are getting more money. He just increases the budget for every department, which they did. I mean, Biden was trying to pass a $7 trillion budget. $7 trillion. It's just more spending. Every department gets more money. And then those departments make their own regulations, like the ATF does. They make their own decisions, like the EPA, and how they're going to distribute that money. It's not very hard. The answer is just print more money.
Right.
The
Right.
distribution is easy. We already have, there are more agencies than you and I can name. There is no definitive list anywhere that I'm aware of that lists every single agency and department of the United States government. We have more agencies and more departments than people can possibly imagine. We think of the couple of names. We think of Department of Education. We think of EPA. We think of FBI, CIA. There are hundreds. Think about, as an example, the Twitter files. There are, 12 different agencies that all respond to the FBI and the CIA that were part of giving money to Twitter to censor people's speech. And no one knew or had ever heard of any of those agencies. But there was 12 of them, funding in billions. Gives you an example of how easy it is to move the money if the government wants to. We have that many agencies.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I just, I suppose like everything else, you kind of like to just see where the receipts are coming from.
Well, yeah, we could track it back that way, but the bigger problem is it's the policy. See, it's not the spending at the individual agency. Yeah, we can get rid of the Department of Education, and I think we should, because it doesn't really serve a purpose anymore. But the problem isn't really the Department of Education. It's the policy that says, okay, we're going to pay for illegal aliens to go to school. Why? Not my obligation. They broke the law. Why are we rewarding them? Oh, we're going to pay for them to live in a motel. Why are we providing them housing? Not our responsibility. We're also paying for them to be able to get food and SNAP. Why? Not our responsibility. we're paying for their health care services. Why? We have all these, I forget what they call them, social workers that are working with these people to be able to get them jobs, to get them integrated, to get them through the system, to get more money and to get more access. Why are we doing that? They broke the law. They're criminals. Why are we rewarding them in any way, shape, or form? Well, the answer is, well, we have to because they're human beings. Yeah, so are people on death row. Doesn't mean I have to give them every amenity just because they exist. Just because they exist doesn't mean I get to break the law. You see what I mean?
No, yeah, I get it. I mean, look, the government will make up, or politicians will make up a million excuses why they need to actually do something. And that again, I think that goes back to one thing that Trump was saying. He said America first, and this is basically anything but America first. Policy. It's just like, I mean, how does any of these policies that are being put the people of especially New York City or upstate New York or any of these regions first ahead of those in other countries? It's like. And the thing is too is at the end of the day you have to ask yourself the question. I mean, do these people not get the opportunity to vote and elect the government that they found fit at some point? And when you look at Venezuela, when you look at these other countries that are failing from socialism, it's like, yeah, they did. And the thing is that when it comes to the America First policy, in my opinion, it's just like, look, we got to take care of we do have to take care of ourselves. And the problem is that as we see is that the mass majority of these people who are coming here and seeing the mass entitlements that we are giving these people, it just, unfortunately, it demotivates people, and it doesn't put them on the work role or really help find them a place in our economy that actually contributes in a positive way, as if they actually came legally through our actual immigration process, which actually fitted them with jobs that we were actually in need of in our country.
But it's not about that. They're not.
No, it's not.
They don't care about that. It's
No.
not meant to. We're not. We didn't invite them. We don't need them. I know the left loves to say, but we need them for the jobs that Americans won't do. Americans aren't doing the jobs because they don't have to. Because
we have a process for that.
Yeah, we've convinced American people that you don't have to do that job. Someone else will take care of it. The government will take care of it. You don't have to do it. That's the problem right there. Oh, you don't need to do an actual labor job. You can code. There's only so many things you can code. It's part of the service mentality. Yeah, Americans are service-oriented. And the poor people, the illegal aliens, they're there for the menial labor. Look, there's nothing wrong with sweeping a broom and being a janitor. But we don't even have janitors anymore. You're a custodial engineer. We can't even say something simple. We have to class it up. We have to try and convince people that this is more worthwhile. You're a custodial engineer. You're a janitor. Screw it. You're a janitor. Be proud. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. It's a job. It's necessary. Without that, there would be rampant pollution and rats and plague. We need people to do that job. It's perfectly fine. But why are we doing this for free? Why are we treating these illegal aliens differently? We're injecting them. Think about it. We're injecting them into middle-class neighborhoods, certain middle-class neighborhoods, by the way, because, again, this isn't happening in Bayside, Queens. This isn't happening in Astoria, Queens. It's happening in the Bronx. They're not doing this everywhere. It's not across the city. It's in certain spots, which is also a problem all its own, but I won't even get into that. But we're inserting them into a middle-class neighborhood that never needed or wanted that. And when we did that, we also had to provide them services, which took down the entire middle-class neighborhood and made it into a low-class neighborhood, which then increased crime. And then we introduced drugs to make people forget about how bad things have gotten. That's a really nasty kind of circle, vortex that we have created. The answer is gather up all the illegal aliens and deport them. They don't need to be here. We have no right for them. Close off the ports, say, no, you can't come in. If we catch you, you're going to be deported. That's the answer. But Democrats won't do that. Why? Because they think it's more important to say, I'm the first woman. I'm a black woman. You have to elect me for being a black woman. Otherwise, you're a racist. That's not a reason. Pamela Hamilton Johnson may be an excellent politician. I don't know. What I can tell you is that's not what she's running on. She's running on being black and a woman, which is meaningless. And every woman, regardless of the color of her skin, should be insulted. Because the only value that she is saying, the only thing that's valuable is not her achievement, not her capabilities, not her plan. The only thing that's important is her party, the color of her skin, and her sexual organs. That's it. And that's the only thing we're supposed to value women for? Isn't that insulting? I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's at some point that line of thinking, I think you would hope just starts to really get old, because it's been being laid on. I think there is, especially for the Democrat Party, in a lot of ways, especially the far left, is that there is very little to offer an actual substantive policy. And so they just continue to lay down thicker and thicker on the critical, racist ideas, and then focusing more on this gender ideology and race ideology. And when, it comes to, in the end of the day, it's just like, it gets extremely boring and transparent. And, before, I think that to some degree, and you still see it a little bit, those, it works in a way to paralyze, people in their conversations or in their actions, or even in the way that they think, is because nobody wants to be seen as sexist, racist, or just a plain bigot, But when you play the bigot and the racist card and, the sexual card, every damn card on the planet all the time, to constantly basically position yourself politically, it gets old, And I mean, for myself, granted, being up on politics, it's definitely old. I probably very old for yourself as well too. The question is that when will this, to the mainstream public just get to the point where, they're just like they just had it, and they're like, okay, look, you know what, you've said the word bigot, 5 billion times. It has actually no meaning or value, to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't end. It won't end. Just go to, as an example, where am I at? Binghamton. In the city of Binghamton, Angela Riley and Aviva Friedman, what did they run on? That they were women and that they were women of color. What have they done? How have they improved the community? They haven't. Their point is, well, you have to vote for us, otherwise you're sexist and racist. How dare you question whether or not we've actually done anything to improve the community? Because you must be racist and sexist then. Because obviously, just by the mere fact of their gender and skin color, they must be good. Point to something they did good. And that's my point. It's coming, yes, we see it obviously in New York City, but we're seeing it everywhere else. It's expanding well beyond that. And no one wants to talk about it I say it's in New York City, and people go, well, it's New York City. What do you expect? Well, it's not just in New York City. That just tells you how bad it's going to get. It shows you where it's going to. Binghamton is going to become the Bronx. It's just a matter of how quickly it becomes that way. Why? Because of the progressive politics. Because as we speak, Eric Adams is trying to export the illegal aliens from New York City into Broome County. He's suing. He wants to force the county executive, Jason Garnar, also a Democrat, he wants to force Broome County to accept these illegal aliens that they never asked for and they don't have the resources to handle. So he's actively trying to take...
a question.
Go ahead.
So if New York City, they refusing to turn them over to the federal government,
Mm-hmm.
the thing is that, Well, that's the whole point, though, is the federal government is actually distributing them to the everywhere in the United States, and then giving them a time where they have to go back in front of courts, right? And so the thing is that the federal government doesn't really make a decision on who actually gets the illegals or where they stay. They basically just say whether or not they can come in or not. It's the organization is just insane.
It's about pushing this. They're pushing the progressive ideology because along with the illegal aliens goes the progressive ideology.
Well, what could Broome County do to deport them to elsewhere? Can we just ship them back to New York City if they want to? Or the question is that
We don't have the money.
The illegals had a choice to actually go to New York City, and now they're coming up to to Broome County, or wherever they would go. The question is what can these counties do to push back on this?
They put in executive orders, declared a state of emergency, and said you can't send them to us. Legally, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They said you can't do it.
So, for an example, then, Eric Adams goes and takes a bunch of illegals, and then basically say he pays for hotels in Broome County, and then drops them off there, and then basically he's like, "Okay, we're done." What would happen to the hotels because of the executive order forbidding this to happen?
Well, first of all, he's already tried that, and there are a couple of counties where he's doing exactly that, where they have bought hotels and sent illegal aliens to them. I believe in Rockland County in particular, where they have done exactly that. But because Broome County has said, no, you can't do that, he can't even make the offer. The hotels would never get the chance to accept that because it's blocked. That's why there's the executive order.
Right.
Which is why he's suing, so he can lift that.
Who the hell is he suing on? Is he suing on the behalf of the illegals then because they're being refused services?
Yes.
Yeah. So by refusing services to illegals is why is the hotels are getting sued, or is it actually the county?
The county.
Getting sued.
He's suing the county.
Okay. Yeah, because they're discriminated against illegals, and so you're not allowed to discriminate against people just because they're illegal, and that's the lawsuit. I take
there is no discrimination.
Going.
There's no discrimination because there's no obligation. They don't have to accept. Part of discrimination is obligation. In that, this is something you must do.
There's an obligation because the thing is that when the federal government, basically let people in, they had to go somewhere, and so there's an obligation for everybody or anybody to basically have to.
No, and that's what they want you to think. Let's walk it through. First of all, the federal government doesn't have the right to allow these illegal aliens in. It's a violation of law. So
how are they doing it then?
They're breaking the law, and they're not being called out on it. So the first thing is the government doesn't have the right to let them in. They already did. There is no obligation for any city or any state to take them because federal law says they're criminals and they don't have a right to anything. But you have sanctuary states, progressive states like California, like New York, like Illinois, like Maryland that say, no problem, come on in. That they're willing to take them. So when they get them and they get overwhelmed because it's a never-ending slew of these people, they have to now spread the weight. They have to spread them around so that everyone can handle it. Otherwise, the systems get overwhelmed. But it's against the law. Sanctuary cities are a violation of laws, state and federal. They're just ignoring enforcement of those laws. The federal government, this is why Eric Adams is asking for $4.5 billion. Because he's violated the law. There is no obligation for the Biden administration to give him the money. But he's asking for it because of politics. So at the beginning and at the end of this is people who are breaking the law for their political agenda. It's just that simple. And it's hurting everyone in the process. It hurts the illegal aliens. It hurts the politicians. It hurts the communities. It hurts the nation in terms of the spending of money. It is a never-ending cycle of pain. It's just not looked at that way. And when people say, well, it's New York City, they just go, ah, it's New York City. As if it's only in New York City. It's not. It's across this state. It's across this nation. The same thing happening in New York is happening in California. It's happening in Illinois. It's happening in Delaware. We're seeing this in New Jersey. It's happening all over the place. Just no one's talking about it. No one's pointing to it and go, this is the result, which is why when I was in the Bronx, I wanted to show that. I was so devastated by it. I had to say, look at it. Just look at it. This is what equity gets you. This is what the progressive socialist ideology gets you. It's a ghetto. What used to be a middle-class neighborhood is a ghetto. And they want to do that to Broome County, Oneida, to Cortland, to Dutchess County. They want to do this to the other 62 counties of the state. That should terrify people. They want to destroy your way of life. They want to lower your way of life. They want to impoverish you. And they're using your tax dollars to do it. We could feed the poor $4.5 billion. You could feed every single child in New York City, all of them. You could house every single homeless person in New York City, all of them, with $4.5 billion and have billions left over. That's a fact. But instead, we're spending it on putting these people into hotels. We're spending $385 a night for them to live. Where's that money coming from? Think of that, $400 a day. That's a hell of a lot of money, and that's more money than most Americans make. The overwhelming number of Americans don't make $400 a day. And that's what we're spending per illegal alien. You think that money is being sucked right out of our communities, sucked out of our state. But no one wants to talk about it. Because if you do, well, then you're racist and sexist. And the progressives in New York State and New York City, they're like, oh, no, it's all okay. Don't worry about it. It's good. We have to do that. No, we don't. We never had to do it. There was no obligation for us to do it. They invited it. It's really eye-opening when you think about it. And when you see the impact. And this is why this is why there's such a prevalence of drugs, why people are overdosing all over the nation. Why is this tending to happen? People are trying to escape the reality of how bad this is getting. It can get worse. And God help us if the US dollar stops being the main currency of the world, which China is trying to make happen, that France is working along with them, Canada is working along with them to try and change everything from the dollar to the Chinese yen. If they do that, we become a third world nation overnight. I mean, third world. We're talking Haiti third world. We're talking Venezuela third world. We can't support this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as China is I mean, I've been looking at them, economically and politically. Point, it looks like that they, to me at this point are really kind of getting desperate. They're trying to pump more money into their economy to get their economy actually going, because they're actually going into recession, and they are totally reliant on the rest of the world to consume and to keep their economy inflated. And when that goes away, they basically crash because they just don't self-sustain themselves at all. They have been trying to lock down and get more control over their economy in certain ways, but it's their hostility to the free market has actually done more to destroy them. I think the biggest threat for China is the fact that when things just get bad and things fall apart, that there's only one thing that they'll try to do, and that's to expand. And that's where, you've already seen, them, economically trying to expand into, African countries and take them up, trying to get, influence and take over, parts of the economy in Australia. And then, the big thing is going to be, when they make the decision to invade Taiwan. I think that will be it. But do I actually believe that they're going to be in a position to, um, take over the dollar? At this point, I think I think the first thing would happen is that you would have to see you would see Taiwan go to them before anything would happen with
No,
the dollar. But
not
the
necessarily.
real question is that if that actually happened, what would the United States' response be, politically? And I mean, as
Couldn't do
far
anything.
as
We can't do
no, I mean
anything.
as far as the voters themselves, because the thing is that the reaction to people politically, what they would vote for, how they would feel, who they put in power, and then the question is that those people that they put in power, what would they do, economically to strengthen the dollar and to
War.
put the United States in a stronger position.
The answer is war.
Yeah,
That would be the answer. War. That is the only
and that's
answer.
and that's extremely unfortunate that we would actually have to go to the place of war rather than putting ourselves in a position of economic strength and stability, and then basically having us have a very powerful military without actually having to utilize it, but
Well,
coming to a point where, well, look, I guess if you are looking at the way the world is now, is especially the world that Biden has created when it came to Afghanistan, and the Taliban allowing that to happen, and to allowing the situation to happen with Ukraine and them getting their hands in it, and then simple fact is that Ukraine getting themselves in a position where or the Taiwan, Chinese getting themselves in a position where they'll take over Taiwan. I mean, it's going to be a mess.
yeah.
Unfortunately, and it's all because of the weakness that is projected by the United States and the current Biden administration.
Well, we've been on this trajectory for a long time. It's just that now, when we have weak presidents, it accelerates because there's nothing to hold it back. The weaker the presidents we have, the faster we accelerate towards this downward spiral because stronger presidents can hold back. I mean, China wouldn't do what it's doing without Biden and Afghanistan, and then Biden and Ukraine, and Biden and Sudan. China wouldn't be taking these actions. If the American military wasn't shrinking the size, say, of its navy and missing all of its targets for recruitment, China wouldn't be moving the way it's moving. But America is weak because Joe Biden is a weak leader. Therefore, the opportunity comes for them to take action. The rot is already pervasively throughout our system. Other countries are taking advantage of it. So weakness allows for, it's just like a disease. You have a weak body and a disease gets in there, it runs rampant. In a healthy person, not so much. Same concept.
Right.
Which is scary. And I get it. It is terrifying to realize this. I'm just trying to make sure people understand how widespread this is and how many layers of this is affecting all of us. Because no one ever says, and here is the consequence of doing this. The Bronx is the consequence of doing this. This is what the consequence is. This is what happens to middle class neighborhoods. This is what happens to middle class people. You can run, but it will follow you. And it's happening. And it's happening to, as an example, Broome County, Oneida, Utica, Central New York. It's happening before our eyes. And people say, well, it won't it'll take forever. It takes a long time. It took 20 years. That's not long. And the kids who grow up now don't know anything different. And they have nothing to reach for. If your neighborhood is filled with low-income housing, with drugs all over the place, legal and illegal, with cosmetic services are being the only jobs that people are having, and no one can afford anything because it's all out, costs way too much without government intervention, where is the uplifting force? Where's the thing that's making people say, but I can do better? There isn't. So that next generation is screwed too. And this is what's being exported from New York City around the world. It's not just coming to the United States, it's coming to the United Kingdom too. And from the United Kingdom to the rest of the world. People just don't realize it. No one wants to talk about it. Except me. And what do I get for talking about it? YouTube wants to, ban me. YouTube says you can't talk about this. YouTube blocks this. It's suppressed. It prevents people from seeing the live stream of actually showing them the evidence. It's really sad. So much so. And again, it's so real and it was so true that it's being suppressed. YouTube didn't even respond to say you misunderstand or that there was some other error. They can't even make up a story to respond and say, no, but it's something else technical. They didn't even try and lie about it. It's just the truth. And they know it. They don't even bother to lie about it. Because they don't think anyone's going to pay attention. Or they think I'll get frustrated and give up, which ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
But we've been on for a little while. Was there some other aspect? I mean, we covered a couple of things about this, but
Well, I just got into this podcast. Have you touched a lot on the Russia situation already?
Wagner, a little bit. Yeah. What's your question about it?
No, that was to me very interesting. How it just, it popped up and then all of a sudden it was gone before it even started. In my view, I was kind of surprised in that whole thing.
Well, it was always going to happen that way. It was always going to happen that way. They can't. They are a mercenary group. 25,000 some odd soldiers. That's not an army. They don't make resources. They don't have revenue. They can't tax people. It was never going to end any way other than what it did. They were always going to lose. They were always going to back down. Their whole point was that they could take over a city because no one was paying attention, they thought. When everyone paid attention, they lost. They could never win as long as someone was paying attention.
Yeah, I don't understand the purpose, what the intent, who was involved there, where that great idea actually came from, who was monetizing it, if they're mercenary groups, then there had been some sort of financial benefit to it. So,
because if they get a city, I can answer that. Well, if you have a city, now you have access to money, to resources, to workers and replacement.
Yeah.
You can.
Well, the point was though is that they have it. The question was, what were they going to do with it? Were they going to ransom it? Were they going to, you know what I mean? It's like
No, they run it. They take over. They take over and run it. If they run the city, they suddenly have a revenue stream. They are able to be self-sufficient. As is, they're just a mercenary group. They're not self-sufficient. They're just effective. If they own a city, if they own land, if they own a government and infrastructure, if they can control it, then they become self-sufficient. That's the reason why they do it. It gives them more power.
Yeah, possibly. I still think there was something. Well, we'll find out. It's so
No,
quick and
it's
over.
over.
I don't even know what the heck that was about.
It's just that simple. It was about power. They were looking to become self-sufficient in their power. Rather than answering to other people, they would answer to themselves. And they failed because they thought everyone was so busy about Ukraine, everyone's so busy about everything else, no one would notice. Or at least they wouldn't notice until after they had insulated themselves into that city, into Rostov's. And they failed. People noticed it immediately.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, that was the only other thing that I was going to mention because I didn't really understand much about that situation.
No, it's the way the media has portrayed it is part of the reason why it's so confusing. Because the media is just emphasizing there's a problem for Russia. Russia's going into a civil war. It's all over. That was never the case. That was never the case. That was never the outcome, nor was it going to be the outcome. It was always about that private military group just wants to be self-sufficient and powerful. It was never about take over Russia, which they can't do. But but there's an agenda. Understand the agenda of the left is to make Russia look weak, to try and demoralize the Russian people about the conflict in the Ukraine. That's what the media was doing. It's all propaganda. They're looking at the propaganda angle of it. The Wagner group was looking at the self-sufficiency aspect of it. And Russia said, screw that. Neither of those are going to happen. Which is why it ended so quickly.
Right.
If it was anything more, it wouldn't have ended so quickly. Just, again, it's a way of looking at it. You have to look at it from not the individual pieces moving. Look at it from the larger picture. Look at everything that's happening in that region. Look at everything that's happening with that organization and with Russia. And you suddenly see, no, this is once you take out the propaganda, what is actually happening? Well, that's what's happening.
Right.
But yeah, they could never, it was never going to work. 25,000 troops versus over 2 million in Russia. Yeah, they were going to lose. They were always going to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. Very bizarre conflict, though.
Not really. I mean, it's expected. It's I expected it. I think a bunch of people did. It's just looking at longevity and capability. As a private military group, they are the dogs of war. They go wherever war is. That's not self-sufficient. That's not sustainable. They need to put roots down to become sustainable. It's just a matter of where they go and when. I'm surprised they didn't do it in Africa. In Africa, they'd win. That's how all the warlords in Africa do the same thing. They're a military organization. They're working for the government. They decide that they have an opportunity to take advantage of the infrastructure failures. They take over a region. They're a warlord, and you can't get rid of them. Why? Because now they have an infrastructure. They have resources, and they'll never go away. You can't get rid of them at that point. That's the story of Africa. That's exactly what the story of Wagner Group was, except they decided instead of going to Africa, they wanted to go somewhere where they could have actually more impact and more power. They went in Russia. Bad choice. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to cover before I let you go?
That was all.
Okay. Well, I thank you for asking the questions. Those are great questions. A lot of people have them. So hopefully we got some answers there and gave you some insight on it. Especially what's happening with, the progressive movement and how it's affecting the rest of this nation and the world. And also the Wagner Group. But I'm going to try and, there's one more thing I want to cover in the show. So hopefully you'll be able to have a chance to see that. Again, I'm still in Broome County for the time being. I'll be leaving again soon. Again, trying to shift everything and move everything. It's a little complicated, but we'll get there. But let me let you go in case anyone else wants to call in, okay?
All right. I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Yep, bye.
Bye-bye. So just like Jason, you too can call in at any time at 607-242-9247. I do see many of the comments are still continuing in the chat, and I thank the chat for that, having many different points of view about everything we've been talking about. I'm enjoying that. I did want to bring up something else that I thought was kind of important. And where is it? Now I lost it. There it is. I just wanted to highlight something else. Now, this is from Oliver Willis, who's pretty well known on Twitter. He's a Twitter personality. He writes for the Merry Independent, and he has a Substack. If you think he's an independent, you'd be wrong. He is Democrat, if not progressive. And he has to say, the White House sends $575 million to protect Americans against climate change. I want you to think about this for a second, folks, because I think Oliver points out the idiocy of this plan in the article that he wrote. It's $500 million to protect America against climate change. This is kind of like Jeff Jackson all over again. And so I had a very simple thing to say. Let's see. How does climate change stop sexual assaults and sex slavery? It doesn't. How does climate change stop robberies? It doesn't. How does climate change stop drug addiction? It doesn't. Or any other form of crime, we're wasting $500 million. It addresses none of the concerns that the American people actually have. I think that's important to point out. See, Oliver Willis doesn't want to actually go over that, but let's actually look at that. Criminals aren't worried about this. The crime in America, the things that are affecting you and me, isn't helping. It's $500 million. You know what it does affect? It affects inflation. It makes more inflation. It's spending money we don't have. Part of that $35 trillion debt ceiling that was just increased. An extra 8% of inflation on poor people. This is what we needed that money for. We extended the debt ceiling so we could waste more money on climate change. America leads the world in terms of climate change reduction. We lead the world on this by multiples, by magnitudes. Entire continents put together don't equal the amount of reduction the United States does in 1 year alone. We are already winning against climate change. That is a fact. And yet, we have Oliver Willis who's trying to convince everyone that we need to spend another $500 million against the effects of climate change that are coming from India, China, and the continent of Africa. We can't control that. We can't do anything about that. But the things that we can do something about, Oliver Willis doesn't want to talk about, which is sex assaults, robberies, illegal immigration, drug addiction, and all the other crimes. Because you could have as many trees as you want. That's not going to stop a drug addict from robbing you. Doesn't matter how clear the sky is. Doesn't matter how clean the water is. It doesn't matter if you're getting solar power or wind power or geothermal or biofuel. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have an electric car. If you're getting carjacked, it doesn't matter if your car is electric or gas driven. You're not improving people's quality of life. And if, because you keep spending this money on useless programs, and useless because America already leads the world by magnitudes on this issue. We've already done the hard work. We've already succeeded. So spending more money on this to go even further is a waste of money. And for that waste of money, what are we getting? Poor people are more poor. Electricity costs more. That means jobs are harder to get, and it's more expensive to get food. Poor people are suffering. It's a direct effect. And let's see. User has been banned says, I don't know, the carjackers today can't drive stick. That seems to prevent theft. Well, I like that. That's funny. Everyone should go back to manual drive, and then the criminals won't be able to steal your car. That's funny. I like that. But I find it interesting that Oliver Willis, this Democrat, is trying to promote the Biden-Harris administration to make you think that they're doing a good job and that this is fantastic and this is helping you. And he avoids mentioning how this hurts people, that Joe Biden isn't helping anyone with this, that this isn't improving anyone's quality of life, and it's not affecting the climate. I mean, at the very least, you would hope, well, this is improving the climate. No, it's not, because it's not touching the amount of damage being done, if you accept that, the damage done by India, China, and the continent of Africa. Not together, individually, each and every one of those is worse than what America's already doing. We will never unilaterally fix this problem. It's just not possible. One nation can't fix the world. But Oliver Willis, the Democrats, the left-leaning news media want you to think they can. They want you to think there's a victory when there is no victory. And in fact, the thing they're calling a victory is a problem. It is actually part of the problem that people are living with. When this is increasing the amount of inflation you have to live with, when this is not affecting the crime that you have to live with, why are we doing this? Dow joined us. Hello, Dow. Dow says, and calculation errors that send more money to the Ukraine. I would take a manual transmission over an auto any day of the week. I can fix those. Well, yeah. And manual transmission is actually more gas efficient, as I recall. So you would think that since we're trying to transition, we should be transitioning to manual because it's more gas efficient than auto. But nope, they're not going to do that. And we're spending stupid amount of money on the Ukraine, again, for that proxy war, which we've been talking about for a long time. But I mean, I thought this was really self-evident that Oliver Willis he's not a dumb man. He isn't saying this because he doesn't understand the failure and how this is not helping you. He just doesn't care because he has a political agenda to put forward, because he has an objective. He has a political goal in mind. So he would rather lie to people. And he has thousands upon thousands that will pay attention to what he does. You know, he has a huge audience. I'm not questioning that. He is well followed. And I'm sure he's making plenty of money over at Substack. But let's also understand that Oliver is putting his politics in front of any effective and efficient law. That he is doing this so that Biden and Democrats get to maintain power, not because it's going to help you. An extra $500 million, it would cost $180 trillion over a decade to actually lower by 1 degree the temperature of the planet. And that would require every nation in the planet working together every day for a decade to get that done. He assumes that America is going to do it by themselves. No, it's not possible. That is scientifically incorrect. It's inaccurate by the science that he's trying to promote alone. If we look at it scientifically, he's wrong. If we look at it from just reality, it's wrong. And what is he sacrificing for that? Look at what he's sacrificing for it. He's allowing and he's happy to ignore illegal immigration, drug overdoses. He's willing to ignore slavery, whether it's child slavery, sex slavery, doesn't matter. He's willing to ignore that. He's willing to ignore robberies and murder and all the other crimes that are coming as a consequence of inflation and poverty. He doesn't care about that. I wanted to point this out because I see Oliver all the time making these kinds of statements that he knows better than. He's smarter than this. He understands the issues, and he doesn't care that you don't know the issues. He's pushing an agenda. He has a project. He has a plan, a goal in mind, and it's political, and it doesn't take into account anything that would actually help you. A lot of people may have not noticed this, that they'll think, oh yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act, it's doing so great. It's actually increasing the amount of inflation. And it's doing it just like Oliver just showed you, which is, well, yeah, we're spending $500 million on something that will not help anyone. It will not change climate change. It will not fix the world. Can't. Factually, scientifically, empirically, cannot fix the world. Will not fix the world. Does not change anything in the world, except it increases the amount of inflation, it hurts poor people, and it allows crime to continue rampant without any check. We could use $575 million. Do you know how many children we could feed with that? Do you know how many homeless veterans we could actually house or provide some kind of mental health help for them? Think about how much money, $500 million. Think of how much money that is. Think of all the problems in your communities and in your state that could be fixed with just $500 million. And instead of fixing any of those problems, we're going to go and spend it on something that we've already fixed. Again, since 2015, the United States leads the world in greenhouse gas reduction. We lead the world in climate change by magnitudes. It's almost exponential how much better we do. Dow says chaos is a, quote, good thing because we're from the government and we're here to mandate help for you. And that's really the answer. You're right, Dow. They're mandating the help. They're mandating the way they're going to fix this. Oh, don't worry about the crime. Don't even think about it. Climate change. What's the biggest threat to America? Climate change. It's not the pending war in Southeast Asia. It's not Iran promising to destroy America and Israel. It's not the terrorism that America will fund if we have the Iran nuclear deal actually go through. It's not the inflation that's affecting everyone, 350 Americans. No. Those aren't problems. Climate change, which America has already fixed, has already resolved. That's the problem. Does that make sense to anyone? Anyone who thinks that climate change is the greatest threat to America, please talk to me. Call in 607-242-9247. Or you can also just leave a comment even after the show when it's not live. Leave a comment. Please explain to me, how is climate change more devastating than everything I just mentioned? How is climate change going to resolve any of those issues? Something that climate change we already resolved, that we're already fixing, that we're already on top of. How is it that this extra $500 million will improve the world? It's a question the news media, Oliver Willis, the White House, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they don't want to ask. They do not want to have to answer that question. They keep telling you, no, don't worry. But this is the problem. We just have to fix it. Great. How is that helping with all the other issues? How is this fixing the other problems? Don't worry. It's not important. Just remember, climate change, it's the big threat. That's the problem. We have to fix that. And diversity, that's the problem. And equity, that's the problem. In diversity and inclusion, that's the other problem. They're all the biggest problems. They're all the problem that we have to deal with. Except none of that actually improves anything. None of that's going to improve your life. Diversity, we already have it. Kamala Harris, I love it. Oh, we've got to have more diversity in our military. 25% of the people she was talking at when she was at the Army graduation, West Point, 25% women. 35% were minorities. We have already fixed the diversity issue in our military. It's not a problem. Why are we trying to fix it? Because it's nothing to fix. It's meant to distract you. It's meant to make you think about other things. They don't want you to think about this. It's the same reason that Jeff Jackson is turning around and saying to you, he's going onto TikTok, a banned site. He goes onto TikTok, something that is acknowledged is damaging the welfare of American citizens, that American citizens' data is being stolen, that their identities are being stolen by China, the Chinese Communist Party, and he goes onto their platform, endangering his constituents to try and tell them that there's a problem with AI, that he has no idea what it is, that he can't name what it is, and he doesn't have a fix for it. He's going to fix it somehow. He doesn't know what the problem is, but he's going to fix the problem, whatever the problem might be, that he doesn't know what it is. It's a problem that's going to come up in the future that he doesn't know about. And he's going to fix it for you somehow today. How? Doesn't want to tell you how. Doesn't want to tell you what the problem is. And I know some people are like, Mike, you just don't understand. Right, because they haven't explained it. I don't understand because they're not telling you the truth, because they're not being clear. They're not giving you answers. They are flip-flopping. They're actually doing the things that hurt you, telling you that it's going to make you better. Oh yeah, we'll waste $500 million. We'll increase inflation. That's going to hurt you, but don't worry because we said it's good for you. Oh yeah, we're going to go to TikTok to tell you about how you're in danger, which is endangering you. And we're going to tell you that you should be afraid of something, don't know what it is, some unknown thing that's going to happen in the future that no one can possibly know. And we're going to fix it today, somehow. We don't know how. We're just going to magically fix the problem. Doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make sense, folks. But that's the way I see these things. And I wanted to bring that up because I'm really annoyed with Oliver Willis. I'm really annoyed with these individuals who are running around trying to tell you that, oh, we have the solution for the problem. Except they don't have a solution for the problem. And the problem is already being addressed. User has been banned mentions that they flip-flopped cooling to warming to ozone change to the most ambiguous of all. Yeah, well, honestly, if you're going by these climatologists, so in 1958 it was global famine, then it became global cooling in the 70s, in the 90s it became global warming, and roughly about 2010 it became climate change. So about every 20 years, when all of the predictions they have made fail, and they always have, since 1958, all their predictions, all of their models, all of the science is wrong. It always fails. And every 20 years, they change it to something new, some different form of the problem every 20 years. Well, no, you don't understand. There's not enough food in the world because of the climate, and everyone's going to die by the 1990s. Didn't happen. Oh, well, the temperature, because of all the pollution, we're not getting enough sunlight, so the world is going to cool down. It's going to be a global winter. We're going to go into another ice age by about the year 2000. Didn't happen. Oh, it's global warming, and we're not going to, all the polar bears are going to die, and the polar ice caps are going to melt, and there's going to be flooding, and New York City is going to be underwater. Didn't happen. And Obama bought beachfront property on Martha's Vineyard. It's never going to happen. Well, now it's climate change. The climate is changing, except it does that every day and has done that before human beings were ever existed. Millions of years, every day. The climate changes every day. Oh, it's so ambiguous that you can't point to it and say it didn't change today. Of course it did. But it's a problem. It's a problem in the future. And we cannot find any scientific data to confirm it. Now says, I call these commentators social credit shills. They may not get paid cash money to push progressivism, but they are paid instead in the currency of social virtue and media clout and influence. Well, let me be fair. Oliver Willis makes money. Oliver Willis has the right politics, and so he gets very well supported. And he makes a lot of money because he has the right ideology. He believes in climate change. He believes in diversity and equity. He believes in progressivism, as I gather based on his tweets that he has written over the last several years. But even though he's making money, he's not right. That's the bigger problem. He's wrong because he is selectively editing. And that's what these social credit shills are doing. These progressive shills, they're pushing a part of the message. It sounds good. It sounds fair. It sounds like it's going to be uplifting. And the reality is the Bronx. It's poverty. It's loss of freedom. It's a loss of your rights. It's loss of your future. It's denying your children a future. That's the difference. There's the promise, like we're hearing from Oliver Willis, and then there's the reality that we see on the streets of Broome County, Binghamton, Oneida, Cortland, the Bronx, California, San Francisco, Austin, Boulder, San Francisco. I said San Francisco. Portland, Seattle, There's a difference between the reality that we're seeing and what they're promising us. And the promise is always pie in the sky. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. We have the solution every single time. And every single time, you don't get any of that. So they make another promise. And they know better. They know better. They know this. It's really upsetting. It should upset people a lot. Because I know I'm upset. Oops. Just checking on Rumble to see if anyone on Rumble is making any comments, keeping up with them. She goes, there we go. There we go. Folks, it's very upsetting to me. And throughout today's episode, Season 5, Episode 26, what have we learned? Well, we learned that the media is very, very invested in propaganda. That they want to change your feelings about things, and they're blowing up news that really isn't big news. That things that are obvious, they're trying to turn into miracles. Oh my God, it's a miracle that the Wagner group didn't go forward. No, that was obvious. It was always going to happen that way. And they want you to think that, oh my God, this is so crazy. I can't understand it. Yeah, you can. Man, we have to fight climate change. It's the threat against everything. Except we've already won. The United States already won. Talk to China. Talk to India. Talk to the continent of Africa. They're the problem. Have them fix their problem. We already fixed ours. Oh, no, you just don't understand. Great, make me understand. Because your science doesn't make any sense. Your politics makes less sense. And you're hurting more people than you're helping. It's kind of like with the pandemic and the jab. We have hurt more people with lockdowns and the jab than the actual virus hurt. That's a fact. More people are negatively impacted between the lockdowns and the jab than the virus killed. But no one wants to tell you that. No one wants to be honest with you. No one wants to give you the numbers. No one wants to think about that. Because then someone would lose power. Because progressives wouldn't be winning. I don't think they should win for those reasons. That's just an abuse. That's an abuse. It's abusive. At least that's the way I see it. Excuse me 1 second. Again, if anyone disagrees with me, I'm not a progressive. You can disagree with me even though I'm black. You can disagree with me even though I'm Hispanic. You can disagree with me even though I'm a conservative and Republican. Maybe those are your reasons to disagree with me. Fantastic. Call in 607-242-9247. Tell me why. Don't tell me that you feel like I'm wrong. Don't tell me that you think I'm evil or ugly or old. I don't care. None of that affects me. Not part of my life. Doesn't matter. Tell me why. Show me the science. Show me the evidence. Show me something that is empirical that says this is getting better, that they're actually doing a good job for the world. Because I've spent the entire show today, almost 5 hours, and we just barely scraped onto the problems that have been created by these individuals with these promises that they make to us that never come true. With these distractions from the reality of what's going on. And we're watching social media play games and suppress this. Let me say again, if you have watched the show and made it to this point, please like, share, subscribe. Really, that's pretty much all I ever ask for. Like, share, subscribe. Why? We could never move forward. They have been trying to kill this channel and to silence my voice for 17 years. And they are very good at it. They do not want people to listen to this, whether you agree or disagree. They don't want you to have the conversation. They don't want you to think. I do. Whether you agree with me or not is not important to me. It's that you think and you come up with your own decision. That you look at the information and make your own mind up. That you look into this and you find out for yourself. Because everything else is a disservice to you. It's an insult to you. They don't value you as a human being. I do. By the way, if you would, please consider donating to our PayPal. Help us with our move into our new location as we try and reset. Whether it's $1, $1.50, $2, it all makes a difference. It helps us, even 50 cents. You can also go to our Patreon. We now have a Patreon page, and I'll show you that. Give me a second. Let me show you. Do I have it? Hang on one second. Yep. Here we go. And so we have a Patreon page, just for people, in case you didn't know. It's $1.50. That's it, $1.50 a month. We provide over 30 hours of content every month. Over 30 hours of content, including live streams and videos, news events and interviews. It's about 30 hours of content on average per month. It will cost you $1.50 to help support us. You know what? It makes a difference in my life. But you know what? It costs less than Netflix or Hulu or any other streaming service. And if you're watching me for 5 hours, it's better than going to the movies. You got more content out of this 5 hours, this one episode of our live stream, than you'll get going to the movies spending $30. More than you'll get from watching Netflix or Hulu for an entire week. I think it's a deal. I think it's a great deal. I hope you think so too. But if not, you can decide to donate with PayPal, or you can just like, share, and subscribe. Either way, I thank you for being part of the audience because you make it all worthwhile. I don't do this because I want to be the next Oliver Willis. I'm not doing this because I think YouTube is going to change their mind or that the Democrats are going to stop trying to censor people. I don't think so. I do it because I think it's important. I think you are important, that you're worth the conversation. And that's why every week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we go live around the world to hear what you have to say. Next week, we'll be doing a conversation with a group that you may be familiar with called Alternative. Let me see if I can bring this up for you. It's going to be... why can't I not think of it? Oh, that's right. Hang on. There we go. So next, nope, that's not them. Is this it? Yep, here we go. So next week, we will be doing another interview. Part of our ongoing series that you'll be seeing very shortly is a across the pond conversation between Alternative, which are in the United Kingdom, and myself, where we talk about the issues and how it's affecting the United Kingdom, how it's affecting the United States and the rest of the world, how it's affecting different generations. Alternative are younger than I am, and we're going to have a conversation with them about the differences that we see going on. It's always interesting. We've had 2 conversations with them in the past. We'll have another one upcoming. We do recommend.
Been reading
that
a
you
little
may
bit
wanna
about it.
check
I know
out
that
our
coming to some sort of
interview
agreement, but they're not fully
previously.
agreed
Where is
yet.
it? Just so you can see discount here. That is actually counterproductive because it take out the sound there. Great guys, great conversations, talking about all the issues that matter to us all. And I hope that you will check that out. So that's going to be coming up in the next week or two. We hope you'll find it to be of interest. We'll be having more on it on our channel very shortly. Wow, we've been on for 5 hours. We got 5 minutes. Let me ask, is there anything I can answer for anyone? Or does anyone want to call in? 607-242-9247. Whether you agree or you disagree, I'm perfectly happy to hear your voice. I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Don't take my passion for not hearing you. I will hear you out. I will listen to your ideas and what you think is important. We can have that conversation. Never think that just because I am passionate or that I am well read, that I do not listen to what you have to say. That's what we do here. That's the whole point, is to hear you. Something that almost no one else on the news media will do is to hear you and to hear your conversations. Never worry about, please always make comments. I am always happy to hear whether you agree or you disagree. Let's see, 4 minutes. Wow. About the only time I've ever had trouble filling air is always at the end of the show. Always in the last couple of minutes. There's so much more that I could talk about, but there's only so much time. Let me double check something here on the news. 1 second, I'm just checking. Oh, there's a shooting in Kansas City. 8 people shot, 3 fatally, including a sheriff. That's sad. Montana's got a derailment. Well, this is interesting. What is going on here? Kansas City Star. This is breaking news. Close that. Breaking news here. What happened? 22-year-old. One is one of the victims. 27's another victim. It happened today on Sunday at 4:30 a.m. in a parking lot. Five other victims. 98 homicides. 98 homicides in Kansas City so far. 74 last year. There's your gun control, by the way. Nothing else you take away from this. Understand. So gun control is so effective that in Kansas City, the progressive idea of banning guns and restricting guns, 98 homicides in Kansas City in this year, 2023, 74 in 2022. That's an increase. Gun control doesn't work. So they were all standing around and someone pulled out their gun and started shooting. That's pretty weird. A bunch of black kids, so it's a black on black crime. Do you think there were drugs involved? So we don't know much about it, but I notice the shooter has to be black. You know why? Because in the first paragraph, they're not mentioning that there's anyone who's white. They're not mentioning they're Republican. They're not mentioning that they're Christian. So instantly, if you, without having to look through the story, you know that everyone in this is black. Every victim is black. The shooter is black. You know that for a fact. Why? Because they have not mentioned the person's race, gender, religion, political background. That means when they do that, that means that they're white, that it's a black person. It's a black on black crime. We don't even need to say anything else. You know what? What does Kansas City... let's take a look at something. You know what? I want to see something here. And Kansas City is trying to create a red flag law. So they think a red flag law is going to stop this. Just in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, looking at the news, Missouri is receiving $3.7 million in federal funds to implement a red flag law, because they're trying to tell you that a red flag law will stop the crime that they're seeing right now. Not going to happen. But we will see. So, the last bit of breaking news. Kansas City, 3 people dead, between 5 and 8 victims of the shooting happened. Black on black crime. And the answer from the Democrats is, well, get a red flag law, and that'll stop it. No, it won't. No, they really won't. But they're going to spend $3.7 million of your tax dollars to be able to put in a law that will never help you, that will never protect you. It hasn't worked anywhere else. Everywhere else, Austin, L.A., New York, Chicago, Baltimore, Delaware, Detroit, doesn't work. It's kind of sad. Sorry, I was looking for some good news, didn't find it. But folks, I thank you for taking the time to be here with us for 5 hours. We look forward to seeing you next Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be talking more about what's happening internationally and nationally that is affecting your life. And we will hope that we'll be able to make things better. But we'll have that conversation. I thank you. I look forward to seeing you again very, very soon.